Hello, hello. Oh, I've been alive for 12 seconds. um, let's see, there's a lot I wanted to bring up. There's so much happening and what's going on, right? I mean, holy smokes. But maybe, a lot of you who listen to this live stream sometimes have so much going on in your lives that that you don't have the time I have for just combing over the internet and to see what the latest is on all the different directions that things are going. But the overview that I believe originates with Tiando's mind in the way that they taught that the space aliens were actually riding herd on humans. They said it only takes one cowboy to ride herd on a whole bunch of cattle. Now I'm a cattle as well in that analogy. Okay, just so anybody knows that. I'm not saying I'm some big kahuna, because it's not what I say that counts. It's what I do. What I do, if it's doing the task of that Tiando gave us to do, to whatever degree, then we're in service to Tiando and standing for them, and as the ones that came from the kingdom that created the earth and all its inhabitants. That was Tiando. Because Do said that he was the chief administrator of this planet. That tells me that whether she actually put it into orbit and all that, however that happened, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I mean, and Do said that T was. Well, they both said that there was a chief of chiefs. And so when years later, when Do started calling T the chief administrator, which I only saw it written down or said on a video, because I don't think he used that way of talking about T. He might have, but I'm not really clear about it. So, while I was there, so... at the time when I read that, I didn't even really connect it with chief of chiefs, chief administrator. What does that tell you? That she's one of the chiefs. That's and so so Do will become an older. He will not become. He is an older member in T's strain of mind, and that's what happens to everybody. All the graduates also become strains in that mind stream. And so we're having a tremendous amount of fun and challenges. It's not easy work because the older member standards are very high. And it's not robotic work. Because the older members only say a few things about your task, and then they wait for you to ask questions. If there's aspects of it that you don't know how to deal with, and a lot of times that happens while you're doing the task. So it's like, let's say somebody right now said to themselves, I'm going to, Tiando, I want to be putty in your hands. If do with me what you can, and I'll help me with it. You don't even have to say help me with it, because then they're going to help you with it no matter what. But asking for help is a key ingredient in strengthening the connection. I'm not saying that people right now that are listening to this don't have that connection already, because it's a matter of interpretation a lot of times. And but when we come across T and Do's interpretation, if you want to look at it that way, then we're challenged on whether we're willing to let go of our previous interpretations. And that could be through a religion or through a spiritual practice, or having started having a relationship that you're aware of with an invisible being that you consider to be a reptilian, or as one person told me they had, and another person told me that they had a relationship with a being that they didn't describe as a reptilian, but that helped them. Both of them helped them a lot in their lives, and I think they feel like to look at another teacher, so to speak, would be putting them down, or not showing our appreciation for what we feel they've done for us. T had a spirit helper. She called it. She called that individual. I don't doubt that it's a person. Brother Francis, and she shared with us the movie that talks about Brother Francis, which is Francis of Assisi, and the woman that became known as Helen, and how Helen grounded him, like T grounded Do. I don't mean grounded like they're out of control, like that kind of way. That's not the right way to say it, I don't think. But T was the battery a lot of times. When Do was talking, she was putting her mind to it, listening intently. I'm not saying she didn't think about other things at the same time. I'm sure she had that capacity. So, because what Do was talking to us about was, it was just, it wasn't a stretch like it was for us. For us, it's a stretch to T and Do's information. We have to expand our minds. Good morning, NXVX. And Lester. He's a puss, though. Okay, well, I'll go back up to Lester. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Pope is supposed to be a witness. Jeff said, greetings. Hi, Jeff. Lester, okay, I'm pretty sure the Pope is supposed to be a witness. Is he supposed to be one of the two witnesses? Is that what you're telling me? He's not. He doesn't. He's just one big piece of the Antichrist, because he's not teaching people to engage in the Christing process, the Christing overcoming of the humanness process that graduates one from high school into college. College being at first a student member of the next level, where you have a next level vehicle assigned that you're given, that you wear, that your soul, that's a physical plasma physicality, grows to wear the vehicle that is grown on a vine. It's a more dense physical vehicle than a plasma. It's a physical vehicle that, if they allowed you to see them, which they don't have to do, because they can turn off our ability to see them, and so we would be able to touch them while they were invisible, and we would feel something. I'm not sure what we would feel, But I know we got one example while I was in the classroom when we were studying different UFO stuff, and abductions and all that. There was some sergeant or something that punched what he said was an extraterrestrial, a space alien, and he felt like it was squishy. And TNO didn't. I don't remember them saying anything about that, but they definitely. Well, I guess it was something that they left up to us to consider whether it was true or not, or if it was a next level member or not, is what I'm really trying to say there. But then again, the space alien vehicles, I don't know if they have any space alien vehicles that would feel like that. I think they're more solid than that. I think they're more like human vehicles, and whether you want to call it a reptilian vehicle or a human vehicle, it doesn't make any difference, because it's all from the reptilian mind. The whole human kingdom is a result of Adam's breaking procedures in the task that he was given for the experiment that he was starting. That the next level, his older member knew there was a possibility he would break procedures, because they included in the experiment, present with them, maybe in physical bodies that maybe looked a little bit reptilian. I don't know. I think not. I think not at that time. But when they... Well, I may be wrong about that. I don't have any grounds to say I think not. So, but I mean, because I just was listening to Ground Zero the other day, and he was talking about this whole subject with the reptilians and the devil and all that. And I completely relate to all that, but to the scriptures as being real. But to what degree that was physical is what I didn't understand completely. But I think it was physical. I don't really have... because everything is physical. That when you're talking in terms of vehicles, the only thing that's not physical is mind, that I know about. Is mind, and mind is a frequency. So it becomes like a laser beam if it grows to be powerful enough. And so then you can see how it could be actually true that you could move a mountain with your mind, a physical earth mountain with your mind alone. And that's why people think mind over matter, And of course, we've got the smatterings of that. We've got that awareness because Tiendo came, and by their mind coming with that knowledge that they can do those kind of things, that ends up trickling down through the environment. So when they came in the 1920s, that wasn't the first trickling down, but I think the first trickling down, well, there's no first really. I don't think. Well, maybe there is at first, but I don't know where it is. I should have just said that in the first place. Because instead of trying to guess all these places, that's where I'm using my mind, and so that's where you're going to get off the track if you depend on it. So it's easy not to depend on what I say in that regard. I'm just exploring a lot of things as I'm talking, and some of that's good for me to do because I can well, I don't know if it's good for me to do, but I'll take that back. But it doesn't mean it can be it's worthless to anybody else. It doesn't have to be worthless, because the next level uses everything for a positive, even if it is to explain that Doe did some talking that was, some people might consider rambling. He wrote these run-on sentences, But he would always come back to things, and his rambling wasn't so incoherent. Is that the word for it? So, I'm not comparing myself to Doe, but everybody that becomes more and more joined up with Doe's mind, like branching onto, grafting onto the vine. That's where that symbolism came from, I believe. And Tino talked in those terms a little tiny bit, but because they didn't teach out of the Bible, but they used the Bible, for the student's sake and for their own awakening too. It's all. When they came upon the two witnesses, they recognized that was talking about them. While they were searching for who they might be, because they were going to fulfill prophecy, is what they thought their task was at first in Boerne, Texas, in 1973, in mid-February 73. But that brings up. I'm going to keep on down this little thread here. Because in 1973, it was mid-February. It was by mid-February. It was during January and to mid-February that they were in Boerne, or Bourne, or Bernie. I like it always. Always really demonstrate what that, in the words that are so powerful in that town. Fire, light, and birth process. And right there in Revelation 12, the woman was going to bore her son, her male, I believe, offspring, to the throne. And then and so and that man child was represented by the moon as the woman's footstool. The moon at her feet means the moon is her footstool. In other words, the moon is working for her to provide a footstool for the student body that was growing on the planet Earth. So, and those are all things that Tiendo verified in different ways over the years. But I don't know if that's any that were written down. I don't think it's in any audio tape that I'm aware of. Well, it might be. It might be. It probably is. It probably is in an audio tape. Whether we have that one or not, because some of them were damaged, I think. I know that because we used them so much, and we didn't. I don't know when they first started copying them. No, I do. I was there when we first started copying them, but we didn't copy all of them, I don't think. Anyway, I went down that thread a little bit, but I guess I want to continue with that thread a little bit with the with Dwarf Planet series as the green horse in the last horse, which happened in 2015, which is like the 5, 6, and 7 in the pattern of the trumpets that have three woes with them. And so I think that woe was the series lights, perhaps. I hadn't thought of that before, actually. I don't know why I didn't think of that. It's 2015, coming after. So I always thought of the fifth trumpet was them when they crashed spacecrafts that were primitive styled spacecrafts on the Earth in order to get them out of their vehicles. I mean, they didn't have to do it that way, but well, I don't know if they had to do it that way. I don't know if that's the only way they do it. But they could do it without a crash for sure. They could, put one to sleep and the other one, they could come alive. I think something like that. I don't know. I'm not trying to limit the next level by saying I think they can do that. Even because when I start to describe it more, then I find myself starting to limit in the description, so I won't go any further than that. But because Tiendo only gave us little clues to things. Okay, so what's the clue to that? Well, Doe said in a meeting that T wasn't in the meeting, but T was in her vehicle at the time, so it was before June 19th of 1985 is when I believe I remember that her vehicle died. If Carlin knows different than that, because he might have been there when that was talked about as a date, I'll examine. Well, I'll consider that maybe I'm wrong, or maybe he's wrong. It could happen either way, right? But anyway, that's the way I remember it. So. So the series lights, anybody's not familiar with them, I guess if I'm going to talk about them. Well, this is actually, by the way, while I got it on the screen, it's Comet Atlas on the top right, when it was breaking up. And it broke up first, I think, into 4, and then it broke up into a whole bunch of pieces. You can see all those pieces are even trailing way behind on the other side of the picture. And there's even one that looks like the head of it. Or maybe so far out to the side that it's not the head of it. Yeah, right. It might just be off to the side of it. But who knows what they can do, because this might be, I know I'm criticized for saying this might be, but this might be the Armada that Doe was mentioning that he would come back with. He might come back with. Well, not might come back with. He would come back with. That wasn't a might. How that would happen and when it would happen and how much would be visible to the people on Earth, that's what he didn't know. But he didn't think that. But he said that they could come in shifts. And when he said that, I don't know if he was talking about shifts, next level shifts, and or space alien shifts. But maybe both. See, whenever we wonder which way he meant it, it's probably both. Is the most the biggest consideration to give to it all. And I found that when translating prophecy and interpreting it, that a number of different words can be used and a number of different interpretations that can take you a lot of different ways of thinking about things, what's being depicted, especially in the Revelation, because of, and then it's like multi-dimensional to where you If you go study those keywords and where they originated, like in the Hebrew, a lot of times, even if it's coming from Jesus, if, like, for instance, the word cloud, it means covering in the Hebrew, and that's what Tiendo said. They came under cover, and they said that UFOs were clouds of light. They didn't go into all the different descriptions in the Bible of what could be spacecrafts from the next level. Because those kind of things weren't what they put their focus on, except once in a while, which they demonstrated during the Black Hawk tapes, where they got new information and they were sharing all kinds of things about Adam and Lucifer and so that brings me full circle to that talk about serpents. So, made to crawl. Well, I'm not going to go through that. I think it's a little strange for me to think. Let me just talk about it a little bit, because in Ground Zero, Craig was saying that he had read or heard that it was possible to think of being commanded to crawl on your belly like a snake was that they lost their arms and legs. Well, I don't know if that's possible. I imagine I hadn't thought about it as possible. I thought it sounded kind of weird to me that the next level would do that. But then again, I don't know. I learned that I can't second guess Tiendo. If somebody could crawl to a water hole or shimmy to a water hole in order to get water, that could be their entire sustenance. I don't know what they would become after a while if they were able to keep the body alive with that, or eating dirt even, get some minerals out of it. Dirt and water, the dust of the earth, yeah, I guess it's possible. Something like that happened. Well, what I always thought it meant before I heard that Ground Zero depiction was that that meant he'd have to die. His vehicle would die, and I think they even said that you surely shall die, right? If you ate off that tree. Could have been a simple instruction of a certain kind of thing not to actually consume. It could have been that simple. Because an instruction from the next level for somebody not to try to do it to the best of their ability, sometimes it has a lot of ramifications with it. Indicates that individual had been influenced by that other mind that was there, the soul that was called, that is thought to be Lucifer, but could have been anyone, Lucifer or any one of his associates of those dropouts from a previous classroom in a previous civilization. People that became dropouts as opposed to becoming a student graduate. I'm going to call it a student graduate. Not that Tiendo ever used that way of describing a person that still had to do some overcoming in the Earth Kingdom, but was taken into the next level's keeping and given, I believe, elementary tasks. And I started to associate that with perhaps being the Watchers, because Tiendo didn't say whether it was the Watchers in Enoch. But we did have the Book of Enoch in our classroom, and Doe said that T and Doe said that we could count on everything that Jesus said in the four Gospels. The red letter edition is the way they described it at that time. There's red letters now in the Book of Acts that aren't from Jesus. I feel safe to say. And Paul, what Paul was tricked with, I think. However that happened, tricked in his mind or tricked by having some kind of a vision and whatever he experienced, being blinded and all that. But the whole time I was going down this part of the thread, I was trying to hold on to where I was, and I could feel it dwindling. Weird. That was weird. I never experienced that before. I didn't want to forget where I was. And I think now by thinking about that way, I forgot where I was, which I do that often. So, but let me see if I can get back to some essential part of it that I consider essential. I'm not saying it's essential for you all. I'm not trying to be Doe here. Well, I am trying to be Doe. Yes, I am. I am trying to be Doe at this moment. What Doe would be in my vehicle right now in order to communicate with everybody. But that doesn't mean I'm doing it. I can't assume that I'm doing it even, Doe might know that I'm doing a poor job, that I could do much better. And that is the point of view that all members of the next level have. Because they know their older members can always improve on, themselves and everything around them. That's the way they're built. That's the way they're made from the chief's mind. The chief's mind. And what Doe said about the chief of chiefs, T and Doe said, was that you have to become a member of the next level before you're going to start to understand where the chief came from. And that the human brain is incapable of understanding that. But the next level mind, when it's grown enough, is capable of understanding that. And that won't be grown enough until we're actually members of the next level. And there's no members of the next level on the earth, I don't believe anymore. Unless they're doing a task like, a mineral, taking a miraculous, if they're helping somebody, but there's nobody incarnate, is what I mean. They can be helping somebody. They can be physically present. Like T said, that the members of the next level were close to hospitals. They worked close to hospitals. Taking people to where the best place for them is. And nothing's wasted. So even if somebody dies, as a victim of a crime, doesn't mean that that spirit is dead. Or that soul when it dies. But I believe the souls that are returning souls that got into the souls that were deposited into those vehicles, which is a different type of soul, are all taken back to the next level. Well, T said that everybody who came would go back. Now, I don't know if she was referring to those that came with them for this task, or those that came back, because they also said that all the souls that had any significant relationship with an incarnate member of the next level in the past is back now. And Janoti said that there can be some that are first trimesters and some that are second trimester. In other words, some that were first deposited and born a little bit, because the birthing process takes a lot of births. But the first birth is that you don't die as a little shoot. like you see in the woods, coming up out of the woods that can be a tree eventually. Of course, there's all kinds of hazards all along the path. So those are all growing in mind form and in vehicular form, as a frequency and as a mineral, plant, animal, human biology, and whatever else other words you use for describing those kingdom levels of life, and life even being thought of as the mineral kingdom, okay? To the degree that it's life, amoebas, it's all life, right? So, and so are particles life? Well, they exchange ions, right? Isn't that... now, I don't know how they interact with what they call quarks, because I think quarks are theoretical, right? Based on the existence of other things that they think are causing things to shift in certain ways or move in certain ways that are influencing one another. And I don't doubt that's probably true, because space isn't a vacuum. Even humans having the idea that there's dark energy, I think, is coming from the next level. Otherwise, things wouldn't even move, right? You wouldn't be able to take rockets up there, or nuclear powered engines that send a little bit out in this direction and that direction, so in order to steer things in a more precise way, or to get out of an orbit that you were using to sling around to another orbit or another direction, like a lot of the scientists have been able to grow to do. So all that information came from the next level, and people were pulling on it because they provide it. I sometimes think that one of the ways that it's provided, aside from, they could have I don't know, they could have certain members of the next level that just come here and leave their mind behind. I can imagine that could be one way they seed the planet. But if they want to seed the planet with human quality, a degree of mind, the mammalian mind or the reptilian mind, however you want to think about it, I wonder if the discarnate world becomes that. So that, because they said that they stored spirits in boxes, and there were chambers in the spirit world, and that spirits don't, if they don't know that there's a doorway to another chamber, they can't go through it, because they don't even know how to try, because it's not available to them because of the way their mind has grown. And that might have to be given to the mind in the soul deposit, a program that, because that's what Tiendo said was in the container that we're calling a soul, the pillowcase, the pocket, were the terms that Doe first used to describe it before we heard and read references to that yellow book that Bob Lazar was shown, that he testified to, that I don't doubt was true. And we were following that information in Bob Lazar's story and his videos. And that's when, I think that's where we got it from, the idea of it, that it was a container. And so Doe took all his signals. I don't know where he got the signals of pocket or pillowcase. Maybe T said it that way, or maybe they received it together. That understanding, because a lot of times they received the same thing at the same time. And they would come together and they would then talk about it and they're trying to figure out, pull on it. That's the way they described it, that you were actually pulling on more of the understanding. And like you said, they said in the Black Hawk tapes that they felt like they got 50% of it, and that if we get 50%, we're doing well. That's the way I understood what they said there, and then Doe in the Beyond Human series said that if you have 51% next level mind in you, then all your decisions are based on what you think the next level would do. And that's not something that we have spelled out for us in all the different circumstances. And we come upon that when we're about to do something and we stop to think, Tina, what would you have me do? How can I see this in your way, your eyes, and make a choice that you would make? And so, whatever you say, I'm saying you have to say all those words, or you can just feel that, and that's also asking. When you feel it, and when you relate it to coming from the stars, then that's when the next level can see us on their computer screens, depending on our thirst. And I don't know if they've got like a certain amount of thirst that they wait for people to grow to, because it's a growth process. To be hungry for the truth is a growth process, and we can get it in a lot of different ways, and we don't necessarily know we got it unless we can relate it to something that Tiendo taught. That's in my opinion. But that doesn't mean that we think that it's wrong. It's not, because it's in degrees. And we can see that's why you can see the next level in everything. If somebody wants to, they can, and you can flip flop it, and then you can assign what is given to the society as the next level, and you can make it into the flip flop that now we're really talking about Lucifer and the fallen angels. So Jesus was a Luciferian, according to some people. When it's true, it's ironic though, that it's true that the Jesus of the Christians, whether people know it or not, I'm not saying everybody, I'm just saying in general, is a Luciferian. Is being a Luciferian run, because if you go down the list of the things that the Christians are teaching people to do by their actions, acquiring wealth, all kinds of ceremonies, dressing the part, but hardly walking the part, in their teachings to the people. Like talking about the Pope, I don't know what he says in private, but I'm sure he's got some perspectives in private that he won't ever talk to the general public about. I feel pretty certain that that's the case. And so he may, for all I know, he believes everything about Tiendo, but he feels like this is his position. That doesn't mean that he's working for Tiendo. It's like people that believe in God, right, and believe in Jesus. They're not necessarily believing in Jesus. They're not necessarily believing in one true God. They're believing in something that is a facsimile of that comes from the misinformation mind, that comes from the Luciferian, space alien, fallen angel souls, who grow human hybrid vehicles. So Tiendo called them human equivalents. and they're limited to the near space around the Earth. And they were drawn to this planet in a previous civilization time, and maybe even during this current civilization time, to choose whether they wanted to go through the lesson program of overcoming their remaining humanness and their mammalianness, and to become members of the next level. And so they were given that choice, and the ones that chose to go through the program had to, if they had a vehicle at the time, they had to, a dense physical vehicle, lose their vehicle. And that's why they made crashes happen. Because, they probably were attached to their vehicle. And so the next level was requiring, and so then the Luciferians spin that to where humans are doing blood sacrifices, because to get into the human kingdom and to get out of the human kingdom, at least in this civilization, the way they did it was by, in a sense, spilling their own blood by choice. Right? So they were sacrificing their vehicle. So they mistranslate that then into sacrificing somebody else, which doesn't happen. The next level never sacrifices somebody else for themselves. Somebody else's vehicle for themselves. I think I feel safe to say that. But the humans do that because that's the Luciferian mind, is that their agenda is so elevated above the humans that the humans are just collateral damage. And maybe they do want to have population control. And so maybe that is what's steering people. Well, I just watched a video from somebody from Italy, and maybe I'll even play it. First I'll go to the chat room, though. Lester says, yes, sir, and the Muslim leader. Yeah, I don't know that much about the Muslim leaders, but I do know what Tiendo talked about regarding the Muslim people from Islam with the Islamic belief system. Well, first of all, as you know, they see Jesus as a prophet, and they only talk about Muhammad as a prophet. So, they're in the same strain of mind when they're trying to live according to Jesus and Moses' teachings. And Doe felt like by honoring that teaching of covering themselves, and the women especially, I think, because that's the way it was. I don't know. I can't remember actually where that was given in the Old Testament. I don't know if it was given by Moses, but I can see it being a part of the overcoming, because Tiendo gave us, we wore masks at one point, hoods that covered our faces entirely. You could only see out. You couldn't see through. You couldn't even see eyes. They were like these plastic things that looked like a grid pattern with dimension, because some of it was black that gave it the dimension. But it was actually literally had dimension to it. And so you could see pretty well out of it. But you couldn't, we would take them off when we were playing games, because you really couldn't see during that time. And I'm getting off the subject of playing that video, but this is all good, I think. Because everything that came from Tiendo is good in my mind. Wow, go back to series, go back to the Green Horse, the Apocalypse. I'll go back to play that video. I'll go back to the chat room. That's what I'll do. Oh, well, let's see. So they felt like they were trying to live by the laws, and the way they are concerned about whether they're doing something right by God, by Allah. Having that mindset, Doe really respected that mindset. So he loves those individuals that are trying to do their best in whatever grade in school they are. They might not be ready for graduation yet, but then again, who knows? Because, as a strain of human mind development, that's what the Tiendo said was the reason the United States became a melting pot, because they were bringing back migrating people. And so when you leave everything behind, even though it's hard, and a lot of times that happens because of war and famine and pestilence and, right, all the reasons why people move. They try to live, they got to move if they use up all the food in one certain area of the woods, right? And so that ends up providing vehicles that have had all those experiences with the mind from the next level, combined with the genetic mind, combined with the environmental mind of whatever mind grew in the human vehicle from when it was a baby. Because mind is actually described by Doe as an echo when it's outside the body. That's the way he described it anyway. I'm not saying it's not an echo within the body and around the body, around all the cells, around all the organs, around everything. Everything has its vibratory patterns and its polarity, right? And its exchange of information and exchange of through the nervous system and through the biology and the interface of chemicals, right? And in the different ways that things get into cells and come out of cells. Exercise is a good way to get stuff out of those cells, right? That's why we had exercise in the classroom. They wanted our vehicles to function as best they could for as long as we needed to use them in order to learn our lessons. Because you need a human vehicle in order to learn a lesson. And I want to correct something that I was talking about in the past that I never really spent a lot of time on, but I was reminded by Carlin in Doe's. I got to bring this up in order to read the statement. Hope I can find it. I didn't prepare that. Oh yeah, here it is. All right, let me put this up here. Oh, darn. It's one of these other screens. Oh, it's that one. Okay, I'll have to copy it. Oh, damn. Excuse me a second here. Sorry, I got distracted by something. Make sure I'm still ticking here. Incoherent. Is that? Let me read in the chat room. Kamenel, I'm not sure who that is. What is overcoming? Or I'll get back to that in a second, but let me go keep on reading from you, Lester. I tried holding my semen in, only managed to make it 2 months. Okay, well, that's 2 months gained. Want to cut my balls off sometimes. I'm not telling anybody to do that, but I think, they gave that option out to people that wanted to be students, and that was a problem for them. And we were actually in the classroom when we learned about somebody that cut his penis off, not his balls. I don't know if he cut his balls off, but and Doe, when he said that, told us that, and we started to relate with that individual, like through email or something. I don't know what it was at that time. Maybe it was writing. Doe cringed at the thought because. But removing the testicles, he thought was, he wondered if the vehicle was designed so that could easily be stopped. And that's certainly a choice that we all have. Just like we have the choice to commit suicide, but it's just not in terms of the next level, they don't want us to shortcut our growth because we need our vehicles to learn lessons through. So, but if somebody, like even after Doe left, never even heard about Doe, or maybe heard about him, saw that event and then looked at that information and felt like they wanted to leave, they could leave at that point and be with Doe. Now, that doesn't mean that they're going to be with Doe on his spacecraft at headquarters, if he's in headquarters, but they'll get some kind of a task, I think. They'll probably do a lot of observing at first, but they'll get tasks to do that are interesting. So I mean, but Doe wouldn't have spent so much time on having his students talk about staying in our vehicles in order to take advantage of the lessons that we get, and giving us the task of the overriding task is to stand up for T and Doe, and as the individuals that came from the kingdom that created the planet and the inhabitants of it, and accept the consequences to that, and then maintain that stand until we leave our vehicles. Now, it's not going to get better for those that believe in T and Doe in terms of, I shouldn't say it that way. Doe didn't think that students would be tortured. They thought that the civilization was more civil than that. So, if you go look at the way that the Democrats want to, they want to put people locked down, nationally. Well, actually, Biden's saying that he's not going to do that, right? But We know a number of governors, like New York governor and California governor, they're very quick to lock down now that they've got that power and they see that they can get away with it. Well, they're not getting away with it necessarily in Europe as much as well, I don't know if there's demonstrations because you don't see it on the media, but I follow all the alternative media I can, and I haven't seen any demonstrations against the lockdown except that a couple times before the election that happened. Well, a number of times, right? Yeah. So to stay with that topic, though, of self-exiting, Doe talked about that as the three different types of people that would go with him when he left, meaning wouldn't be recycled. Is that what? That's what I believe that means. And he said that in another way someplace else, that or two, that you can arrive at that description of what he was implying by saying that. That there were three types of people. And the first type were the individuals that were with him, those students. And the second that had grown to be able to go into the next level and receive a quartermaster. He described it as a quartermaster. I haven't really explored that word that well. Quartermaster task. In other words, that's somebody that's, I guess, in charge of the stable. Is that what that is? I mean, we all thought of our vehicles as well. We didn't actually talk about our vehicles being horses, but Doe gave the analogy that there's a rancher is the next level. And that they go out to the wild and they corral a whole bunch of horses. And they take them back to and they try to train them, right? To allow them to ride them and whatever else they want to train them for, to break them, right? And you do have to break their wild spirit. And then the ones that accept it and don't continue to fight, then they become part of your household even potentially. And they recognize that they don't even want to go back to the wild. If you open the door, they may go out a little bit, but then they would think, do I want to go back there or go back here? I got it pretty good in there, all my food's taken care of, and, and I get groomed and I get petted by these other beings, and, it's, but the ones that don't accept the training, that doesn't mean you make it easy on them, because they could get lost also maybe, who knows. But so you try to find ways to keep them in the fence until they've adapted enough, to that. Animals and humans can adopt to a lot of things. We can adopt to being in the same house all the time, right? If we have to. As long as we have food and water and internet. If I didn't have internet, I guess I'd be, if I was still wanting to stay in this vehicle, which I probably would, because I have attachments here, then I'm ready to leave, but I can't see myself instigating it, except in little ways, by taking trips. Then you never can tell when there's somebody that called me dangerous and wants to stop me, as a number of have said, might actually try to do something about that. So so if, that's one of the reasons I really don't want people knowing easily this vehicle's last name. And I know there's some that were trying to figure it out. And if you do figure it out, I'd appreciate it if you kept it to yourself. But if you want to do me harm, potentially, I'm not going to say it would be harm. If the next level might, allow you to do it, because I think the next level will, it might get to a point to where they'll just see what happens. Where I think at times that they were keeping certain things hidden. For anybody that's standing for them, this would apply. And not only that, but people in the human kingdom that are not standing for TNO. That's the third category. I didn't get to the second category of people that would go with Doe. The third category are people that never even heard of TNO, but are separating from the world in their own way. And so, and he gave, Doe, in the Beyond Human series, he gave that illustration of that could apply to, one example of that could be people that were in militia movements because of how they were separating from the federal government, but he wasn't promoting violence in any way by saying that. Because they believed that designing weapons for the purpose of killing humans with was not from the next level's mind to do. So that came from the Luciferian space alien fallen angel mind. But having a rifle or something, I mean, you can play it out in different ways to where you can see that, okay, well, Jesus said that as the disciples, and the second time he sent them out, he said, this time when you go out, bring your script. In other words, bring money with you if you have it. And your writing materials or whatever. Script. I think script meant money. I might be wrong about that. I'll have to go back and look at that again. But he said, yeah, bring a sword with him. And so Peter asked him, well, we have one, Lord. And he asked, is that enough? And Jesus said it was enough. So he wasn't, and he said to Peter when Peter tried to defend him, that that those who live by the sword die by the sword. And so all those little clues tell us that to live by the sword, to me, is different than self-defense. But I was puzzled about self-defense being what kind of self-defense was appropriate for a member of the next level. If the sword was for self-defense, right? I mean, why would he say that this time bring a sword when he didn't say bring a sword the last time? Because maybe you'd have to be fending for your food more, or maybe having a sword, that somebody that came along that didn't have a sword, they wouldn't mess with you if they wanted to steal from you or something. Not that you wouldn't give to somebody that asked of you if you had something to give, because that was part of the lesson step also. But he didn't say you'd give him the shirt off your back and then you wouldn't have one. I don't think that was in there. because, love your neighbor as yourself. Self is there. You're loving yourself. You're just not doing it any differently than the way, in the things and the behaviors and ways that interpret to somebody else. That's living in peace. We're supposed to have peace between us, between students, between humans. That's next level. And there are some planets that people are growing up with that, and those are considered to be like planets that are can be a base for next level members. So they can come and go with their spacecrafts, or even potentially, I guess, in person, because Tiendo didn't limit it, and the people on the ground, or if they have some technology, I don't know, or whatever, would see the next level, and they would know that that's the next level. However they would think about it, I don't know exactly, but they would just know that there were these beings that were coming and going, and maybe they had some interface with sometimes. Who knows what else they knew? But that would be called, what do they call it? A heavenly body, I think is what they said. I mean, a location that the next level could mingle with some of the individuals that are potential students. They still have to come back to, since because of the fall of Lucifer and his associates, and whatever names they have throughout, all the different cultures and all the different writings. They relate to those individuals. I'm spending too much time on that one little piece because I'm trying to pull on it a little bit, but I don't know if what I'm getting is accurate on that score. Tien just said that Doe said that they drew people from different planets among the stars to the Earth in order to go through the lesson step of overcoming the Luciferian mind that had fallen. So in other words, there were individuals that I think some of them had spacecrafts, were working in a student capacity at that point, equivalent to what the Luciferians were doing on Earth, with the Earth. And or could have been on a different planet, for all I know, or multiple planets. That could have been happening, even though, well, I don't want to go there because I'll forget where I am. But, so the ones that, and so Tiendo described a briefing that they remembered at one point. Or maybe it was that T remembered the briefing. I can't say that I remember that Doe said that he remembered the briefing. I think he did, though. But but I believe T told us this for the first time, and said that they were in a spacecraft that hadn't come yet. They weren't incarnate yet. And they were there, Tiendo, and that's not their names in the next level of the vehicles, and their minds and their vehicles. Actually, their minds, because the vehicles are all just, they can be grown to be imperishable or perishable. But if they die for some reason that wasn't planned, then they go to a wardrobe and get another vehicle. So they said, and then around, and then in front of them was like a meeting room were all the individuals with vehicles that they were saying were going to do this task on Earth for this experiment. And then around the outside of them were all these souls without vehicles. Now that can be many of the souls that are, any of those souls could be souls that are finding about T&O for the first time today or tomorrow, or next day, whatever. Because there's no end to the amount of growth that we can achieve. Now, before I would go and get rid of my testicles, I would talk to T&O about it and see how they feel about it. And because they may want you to go through the development of the mind that it takes to overcome that, because that is going to be something that you're going to be faced with in the future. And so you can say, well, if I do that, then I'm just making an excuse, right? That's the way the Luciferians would spin it. I'm not saying you're a Luciferian. I'm saying that is the other side of the coin that the Luciferians put on. Because I'm not saying that out of my own opinion. I'm saying it because I remember when I was going through wanting to be castrated, which I very much wanted to have that done. And I talked with Doe about it a lot of times. And he stopped me from going to do it someplace else at one point. Said he didn't have instructions to let me do that. And I said, okay. And so I just, stayed in the classroom because I wasn't using it as an excuse to leave. I wanted to go to Mexico and do it. I was going to use my paycheck to do it. And so anyway, so then it was like almost a year later, after we'd been talking about it a number of times, and several times I would write a note to Doe saying that if that option becomes available, I still want to do it. And I know I sent him a note like that wasn't stimulated by him. Because he said that he was concerned that we were going to miss out on the strength of mind that we were growing in our vehicles, in the soul pocket in our vehicles. And it does take a lot of strength of mind to fight against that. And you're an example of that, Lester, if you're still hanging in here. Well, I believe, because you said that, you held it back for 2 months. Now, Tino said that there was a way that semen could actually go into your anus. Which I never heard of that. I never studied that in science or anything. Because what happens is the more we are tempted by feelings or seeing something with our eyes or hearing something with our ears, you can hear the voice of somebody that's, you fall in love with their voice or their hands or their any body parts, pretty much probably. And the way they walk, all those things can be stimulating of the libido. And so fighting those things off takes a lot of work. And part of fighting those things off is not only putting up a blank card when that thought comes to us. Like, let's say you're watching a movie and there's somebody and you feel like attracted to that person. Doesn't mean you imagine you've been having sex with them. But just even that feeling of attraction to them is a little bit of a stimulus of that system. Well, maybe not. Maybe it doesn't have to be. I'm going to take that back. It doesn't have to be. Because you might be attracted to that vehicle for other reasons. So I'm not going to say it is that way. It has been that way for me. Let me put it that way. So, let's see. So the blank card was like a cue card in like let's say a theater group where they have the actors have cue cards that give them the lines. So you put up one in your head that's a blank line, and you can actually when you do that and you practice it, you can even practice it without having the experience. Without a certain thought coming to you that you want to block. What you do is, this kind of works for me, but there's this eye exercise that T gave us that was you focused on some specific object. Let's say it's a dot on a piece of wood. That's easy to see. Okay, and so you stare at that, and then you shift your vision so that the dot is just evenly part of the peripheral vision. And you'll know when you see the peripheral vision because you'll see things in a different way in your peripheral vision. And the dot will start to blur. That's the way it works for me. It takes me a long time. It just took me like about 15 seconds to start to see that happening. And I couldn't hold it there very long. But you don't have to hold it there necessarily that long. But then go back to focusing on the dot. And T said that by doing that exercise, we would be growing our ability to see more. SEEMORE. Not see more like the name. More of what's real was part of that. I think I recall. More of what's around us. It's an expanding of the perspective, because like Jesus said, which Tiendo didn't talk about this that I heard ever, but that the eye is the light of the lamp of the body. Lamp as in a lamp that puts out light. So in other words, the eye is actually putting out light. And it's also receiving light. Maybe it's the light that the eye's putting out that ends up mixing, that then interprets what is seen in the vision. So the light is actually going to what we see and then picking up the programming of what that is in the ways that we can observe it. And then that comes back as a reflection so that we understand what that is. Or we don't. Or we can keep on wondering about it. Wow, I never saw it that way before with that illustration. But, I don't know. I'm sorry if I'm being just kind of artistic. Art. Like I'm making it into an art form. But I like to see the science of it is what I'm getting off on. The way I'm seeing it. Now, maybe I'm not seeing it right. And somebody, you can tell me whether I'm Looney Tunes or not. But might be a possibility. So then Sun Wukong says, "Hi Sawyer, I'm in Patagonia awaiting for the sunrise in front of the Atlantic Ocean. Have you ever heard of Benjamin Solari Paravincini? Vincent, something like that. I'm sorry, I'm not very good linguist. I can't say that I have, but I have watched the sunrise on the Atlantic Ocean. But if you want to say a little bit more about this person, I won't write it down, but I'll copy my chat room in order to try to see what I can find about it. If you want to send me a link to my Sawyer Heaven's Gate page, not page, but email address, SawyerHG as in Heaven's Gate at yahoo.com, please. I certainly would like to look at it. And Charles Byrne says, what did you do for a living? Oh, I'm pretty busy these days, and so it might take me a while to get to something. And you can always remind me. I like reminders. So Charles Byrne says, what did you do for a living? Well, I developed, what I consider to be things that I did for a living. I did a lot of things in my life, before I joined T&O, but I didn't have any kind of a career direction. They were all odd jobs, and factories, warehouses, painting, whatever like that, and assembly line. I did a lot of different things, but when I joined with T&O, when we like about 1980, I joined in 1975. About 1980, I was when T&O sent us out to get jobs. And the first job I had was at Kmart in Provo, Utah. We were camping in the snow in the mountains just south of Provo. The way I remember there, I think it's the Wasatch Mountains. Maybe I have that wrong, but and then it wasn't long after that where I got jobs in Pizza Hut in Kerrville, Texas, and so I started about 3 or 4 years of cooking jobs and pastry making and baking, and then I ended up. T&O wanted us to upgrade because they wanted to have more office hours so that they would have at least 2 days a week to where they could count on everybody being in the same place for the day. We'd go on outings and things like that, so, but also they would come to, talk to us because they didn't live with us most of the time. And so they sent us out to get jobs. And this is also when, T was kind of upset that we were moving back into the world the way it looked to move into houses. When we would, because she always thought that we would leave from more of a wilderness location. She didn't think the next level wanted to pick us up like right in a city. Well, it was a concern that she had. I'm not saying that, see, even T, even though she was Doe's older member, didn't bring all her mind with her to do that task. Didn't need it because the task had a certain scope to it. She was here just to get Doe started, and then she was going back. And Doe realized when she died that that's what she meant, going back to the next level, as opposed to going back to her vehicle's family, which he couldn't imagine was the case when she would say that. Anyway, I went down too many different roads there, so let me see if I can get back to one of them. What I do for a living. So T&O sent then. They bought a computer, and Melody used computers. So she was trained as a COBOL programmer before she joined with T&O. And so she was trying to get a job and come up to speed with getting a job in computers. And so I was allowed to, anybody was in the classroom was allowed to kind of look at them and play around with them a little bit. And so that, we learned the DOS commands, type this and all that in a disk operating system. But no, it was an Apple. So we learned whatever the things were but it didn't have a mouse interface, I don't think, at first. And anyway, and so I started playing with it, and I would stream the code on the screen, from these programs, the whatever it was, basic code sometimes, and COBOL code, and I was fascinated by it, and so I gravitated to it, and so I started to apply for jobs as data processing and data entry and office work, and where I got to use a computer, and so I ended up teaching myself to program, and then I started to get some jobs in technical support of mainframes, and then I got some jobs in as a contract programmer in a bunch of different languages, and the last job I had in that vein was for J.P. Morgan Chase Manhattan Bank, working out of New Jersey, and as a contract when they were changing names, which actually, anyway, I don't want to get into detail about that, but and that was well after I left the classroom. So that's a snapshot of my jobs. It could have been a better snapshot. I didn't have to be so detailed about it. But I mean, it relates to the things that T&O were instigating, how it came about. So I'm not going to find fault with myself on that. Sometimes I'm finding fault with myself because there's influences that are saying, "Oh, yeah, you just want to tell people about, what you can, that you got some intelligence or something." But why not? Why the heck not? Because the vehicle has some intelligence. We all have some intelligence. Even even though I don't count next level intelligence in the same way as I count technical, intelligence from the SAT points of view. Because you don't have any intelligence in the SAT department, and you can have a lot of intelligence in the next level mind part of it, of the intelligence. Like for instance, like Doe learned by working with T that she was his older member, that she was significantly more wiser than he was, and how he related to that was that when it came to making a decision on whether to do something or not, she sized it up quickly and but allowed him to go through it if he felt to, but then he learned that it didn't work out, and that T knew that it wasn't going to work out, but was, so to have that judgment, we can have that about a lot of things. Like I seem to have that about the use of heroin. I'm not saying that I would have become a heroin addict because I didn't have, I had a block in my head that said that I was going to stop before I was going to start shooting heroin. But I snorted cocaine a little bit, and I did a lot of acid. Anyway, but, in my youth. But see, I had a stopping point. That's all I'm saying. Because I'm not saying there's anything wrong with heroin. Okay, but if you don't know how to use it to where you're using it very sparingly and, not that often, and the amount of it that you use, like I have a friend that I think sometimes does that, and It doesn't have to necessarily be a negative. But that doesn't mean that, they won't have to overcome that if they want to become a member of the next level. They will. Because we have to overcome everything of the human kingdom. Except for eating and walking. We don't have to get rid of the influences that help us walk. Because there are influences, discarnates, spirits, ghosts, that help humans learn to walk. Give them the confidence that they can walk. And then they try to do it. The vehicles try to do it. And a vehicle can operate without a mind. Without a soul. And there are human vehicles that don't have souls. But that doesn't mean that when they die, they're lost. No, they're not lost. Nothing's lost that's working towards becoming a member of the next level. But they do, whatever isn't capable of becoming a member of the next level ends up being recycled into a different energy form. Unless they want to save some of it back like they do with a new crop of Luciferians, which is what Doe said was going to happen to this civilization, the way I understand one thing he said. And that the students who graduated, some of them would be taking some of the jobs that those Luciferians were vacating when they decided to go against the next level's instructions and stay that way. And then go against the next level by trying to lead people away from seeing the next level as reality. And that's when they basically solidified their fate of recycling eventually, which I think has yet to happen. But we don't know if that, will happen before the beast is recycled. Or actually, the way it's described is the beast goes into the lake of fire. So that to me is a recycling. And the beast is, I think, the most concrete definition of the beast is that I can think of right now is the G7 and the G10. Now, I'm associating that because of the book of Revelation, where it talks about the beast as having, and also the Luciferians as having 7 heads and 10 horns. So you've got Luciferian members. See, that's like a confirmation of what T and Do taught, because they didn't go into that part of Scripture at all that I ever heard, associating what the beast was. So maybe I'm wrong about some aspect of that. Okay, but they did say that humans were mammalian, and that's what that word means. That's translated as beast. It's a mammalian. Well, there's 2 different interpretations there. One's wrong. One is that is from the Greek word therion, which I believe means poisonous animal. And the other one is zoon. Or did I get that mixed matched? I might have did a flip there. I've got kind of a dyslexic thing. But I know when it's happening, so it doesn't happen all the time. But I think Zune is a member of the next level animal. So, in other words, a member of the next level that's incarnate in a human vehicle. That's the other kind of beast. And that's why the 4 living beings, are described as the 4 beasts. And they are described with, human-animal descriptions, because to me that's showing the evidence of what Tiendo taught, that there are strains of mind growing in the human kingdom and the animal kingdom and the mineral kingdom and, the plant kingdom and the mineral kingdom. And so to me that's what Daniel was also demonstrating. That was in the book of Revelations, where they were described as, what was it, a lion, a cow, a bull or something like that. What was the other ones? An eagle was one. I don't remember the other one. Maybe I should go look at it. Let me do that. I think it's about Revelation 3. But let me just search for beast. A lot about the beast in here. Mostly in Revelation 13, but there it is. Revelation 4:7, and the first beast, which is verified that it was Zun, not Therion, which says it's a living being. And then there's a second definition, an animal, brute, beast. So it's both a living being. Now, a living being in next level terms means that there's somebody that's a member of the next level. Even in a student capacity, that would be a member of the next level, or an archangel could be it's somebody that's got like a tenure in the next level, so to speak. Not that I heard Doe ever use that term, but is a quartermaster. In other words, has responsibilities. Well, it might also be the individual that's a student as well, that also has responsibilities, but more elementary tasks. Like a messenger would be a more responsible task, because you have to get it right if you're going to deliver a message to a human, right? And so the message might be something that has different scope to it, and depends on the circumstances of that human, and what their mind came from, in genetics and in their environment where they were growing in the human kingdom, or equivalent human kingdom. So, but anyway, so it gets harder for me to see when I start to get tired. But Revelation 4:7, and the first beast was like a lion, and the second beast like a calf, and the third beast had the face of a man, and the fourth beast was like a flying eagle. Well, to me that's like a potential. It doesn't mean that that's correct, because Doe said that you couldn't count on everything in the book of Revelations as being accurate. Some people hold me to not putting a plural on that, which, even though it is a whole bunch of revealings, it's definitely plural revealings of more of what's of the future and ways of thinking. Informational. Spirit. Spirit and information are synonymous. Because information is the description of the spirit. One description of it. Doesn't mean it's the whole description of it. Because spirit also is vibrational, and it can if it interacts with biology, it can actually influence the biology. Especially when we think of that spirit coming into the top of our heads like a meditation and going throughout our body. The light is the way that Tiendo described it as a meditation. Imagining light coming into the top of your head through the pineal gland, literally, and every cell of the head and the body, you watch that light going through, healing as it goes. And so that can be healing us in mind and body. Healing us in mind would have to do with, I believe, helping us with our doubts about the next level. Nothing wrong with having doubts, but we do have to overcome them to proceed, to grow. So it's not like somebody's, lesser for having doubts than somebody else who's got a overcoming with sensuality, or somebody else who's got a overcoming with anger, or an overcoming with sensuality in terms of being connected to their family unit really strongly, or addicted to substances to where it's controlling their lives, or becoming a scientist that they live, breathe, and think, trying to find a cure for cancer. I mean, that's fine. It's not that that's a bad thing, but in that example, there's other ways of looking at things than through test tubes and microscopes, because the transfiguration diet, I believe, can be used to bring curing to cancer, because they say one of the things that cancer thrives on is sugar. Tumors thrive; they can't grow without sugar in the body. And so if you can stop the growth of it now carbohydrates in the form of cooked grains, to different degrees for different grains, actually has a pH in the body that's, I think it's a pH negative, but it's a it becomes a sugar in the body that could also contribute to tumor growth, I think. I'm not positive about that because I didn't get all that from T&O directly. Well, most of it I did, because I was in the classroom when we wrote the book Transfiguration Diet, that is still available online, but they're getting more expensive. At least the ones I saw. But I'm in the process of copying it all with pictures, and so I will be providing that by itself or in packets. Hopefully in a matter of days, for free. This is for the record. Not. All the information I have is free, and Carlin is the same way. He gives out information, the CDs or the Blue Book, So when I see the flying eagle here in Revelation 4:7, that's describing these living beings, these four living beings, that are the ones that open the seals. That tells you something about what kind of people they are, what kind of souls they are. I think they're the upcoming archangels, which an archangel is a captain of angels, captain of messengers, captain of crew members, a captain of the watchers. If that's the task. Watcher is just a task name. We had observation in the classroom. When we came into a lab that was new to us, where other students had been working for a while and they were overseers, we just observed at first. The observation only lasted for 3 or 4 days before we got a task. To start measuring ingredients and things like that, as a partner. Simple things, of course, in the human kingdom, but we were trying to do them as if it was a lab on the next level spacecraft. And so that it meant it was meaningful to be precise and follow instructions really well, not try to change it. And if we we're faced with having to change something, if we had the opportunity and the timing to check with T&O about it, then we would do that right away, or go to the overseers. And the overseers would make a judgment call, and then they would send that as a report to T&O. And then T&O could decide whether that was a good change in that procedure. I can give all kinds of examples, like one example I'll just in general give you that is like flour. You could have one bag of flour that if you're making bread and you take a certain amount of cups of it to make a loaf of bread, will come out totally differently or much differently than another kind of flour from a different bag. Because when they're milled and stored, they absorb a certain amount of moisture. Different strains also have different absorption rates and stuff like that. So let's say your experiment didn't come out right, or your sauce didn't get as thick as it needed to be for this recipe. Because with the amounts that were given of using a tablespoon of flour to whatever it was of milk or water or stock. Anyway, I'm just giving you that, So anyway, that's just one example of what we were making into. T&O had us make that into a lab, so that, and to think of it in completely scientific ways, helped us detach from the sensual parts of our response to food. Like, oh, that's delicious. What? Not that we couldn't say that. Not that things couldn't taste. Things needed to taste good in T&O's mind. And they also needed to be, if they were meant to be served hot, they needed to be hot. And so we would even heat up the plates like they did in restaurants, in the fancy restaurants, the better restaurants. A lot of times, not necessarily. But, and I remember doing that and thinking, okay, and this is, so let's say you came upon that circumstance, then your partner and you would talk about it. Well, this isn't as thick as it's supposed to be. It doesn't seem like it has the right consistency. Let's say you're making powdered sugar with an icing of some sort. Well, then if you had a procedure that told you that, well, the consistency needed to be like this, and you both agreed that it wasn't there, then you could add more, but then you would report that. Or actually, the best thing to do would be go to the overseers if they were available. But if they weren't available for that kind of a thing, when you knew that consistency was important, like to cover the cake in a certain way, and you could test it, then you could go ahead and make a change without checking. But if you were going to make a change that couldn't be reversed, then you should go to the overseers to ask them what they think, because they may have some ideas from T&O that might not be remembering that well, or that they got from some other experience they had with T&O that never became a procedure. Even though a lot of the experiences that people had with T&O became procedures. But not necessarily everything. So, and if they didn't know what to do, then what you do is you take a chance on a positive. So the intention is, and then you send that, like I said, you send that in a note to Links saying, this is what I changed. And then they'll get back to you and either make a new procedure and or say, no, I wouldn't have done it that way. I would have just went with it, which I don't think would have happened in that circumstance that I was describing. But I can imagine that there were circumstances where they would say that, no, that was not a change. I can't think of something, though, right this second. I haven't thought about it yet. Anyway, we'll see if it comes to me later. But I'll go back to the chat room. DJ Taconic, oh, sorry, glad to have caught you tonight. Glad to see you. California, how's California doing these days? Wow, you're like in Orange County, right? I know we've talked about. I still don't know whether that's ever going to happen. It might. Talking with a filmmaker about taking a road trip, and we did talk about going out there. So your encouragement of that, unless you take it away, but you don't have to say it again. I would get in touch with you for sure, and anybody else actually that wants to have a little meetup with the intention of making a film. Okay, let me read what Boston U is saying. I skipped down too far. Okay, Boston U says, didn't I read the only way to believe in this stuff as true now would be to commit suicide? Didn't Applewhite say we couldn't stay here if we accept this? So if we stay here, then don't bother believing. No, not at all. Not at all. I know there's a tendency for some people to believe that the only way we can go with dough is by committing suicide. Okay, that's how I'm interpreting what you're saying there, right? You said that in so many words, right? And then, but then why did Doe say that there were three types of people that would go with him, right? And the first group were the individuals that were with him, and they would go to quartermaster tasks, the next level. And the second group were those that recognized their older member and were trying to follow the teachings as best they could, but had weaknesses. In other words, things about them that they know they haven't overcome yet. And they're working on it. like the individual that told me that he stayed away from having an orgasm for 2 months. And so he is a work in progress. And he's building his mind by doing that. Because they also said in Stamodi's document in the Heaven's Gate book that was approved by Doe, that to leave our vehicle didn't make sense. Well, should I read it exactly? I've been through this a lot of times, and well, let me just put it in my own words, and you can go read it though. I want you to go read it. Read everything that we have references to on this subject, and like if you get the Heaven's Gate book and download it, or get also the additional information that came through Riccodi's website, because there is material outside the Heaven's Gate book that is written by Doe, that was made available to Doe, from Doe to Riccodi, and that he put on the website, and he started to send to people, and he sent it to me. And I recognize those documents, and so I get that and have those in text form, and have all the videos in text form, which I still need to get the video that was Doe's final exit together. Because if you take any one thing, then you're going to come up with like, you're not going to have a picture of what's true for everybody. What's most true, because everybody's not in the same place at the same time, and none of us don't have lessons to learn. And the only way you can learn lessons is by having a human vehicle. This is all in the Heaven's Gate book. Doe said this, Stamodi said this, Junodi talked about it. Junodi said that there were second trimester souls here and first trimester souls. And that some of them might be, I don't know if she said killed, standing up for Tian-Do. And that's their lesson step. And that's what it talks about in Revelation during the fifth seal opening, which I think we're upon right now. So, because I kept on feeling that there wasn't going to be 8 years between the seals when it got to the fourth. I might be wrong about that interpretation, but and part of that will be the overcoming of people that are doing this task will be subdued, just like Tian-Do were subdued. They were put down. They were, they were crazy. They were evil. They were dangerous. They were, and that's the same thing that's going to happen to us. That's why it's such a hard task. It's a hard task because it's not easy to become a member of the next level, but it is easy at the same time if we continue to not give up. And the third group of people that can go with Tian-Do are people that don't even know about Tian-Do, but they're separating from the world in their own way. Because the formula is to separate from the human kingdom. And the last step of that is when we die, we're separating from the human kingdom. But the only way of getting into the next level isn't through death. You can even get into the next level without your vehicle dying at all. T said that. If you convert it into if you put it through the metamorphosis enough to where the older members see that you've done that, and while you were in your vehicle, because that's the only way it can happen, and you were standing up for Tiendo, the best of your ability, repeatedly, for your whole life, and accepting the consequences, but not trying to bring on the consequences, but not hesitating of telling the truth when the opportunity arises, and getting even more bold with that than they were even in 1994, potentially. I'm going to say potentially because Doe didn't say the ones that didn't leave with me, have to be more bold. He didn't give an instruction like that. And if he didn't tell us what not to do, or specifically what to do, then the whole field of what we do is open. But we're to judge the things that we choose to do by all their teaching. So we certainly wouldn't do something that would be harmful to somebody in any way. We certainly wouldn't want to try to push this information down somebody's throat by, bringing it up all the time. If somebody makes it clear to us they're not interested, and let's say we live with them, then as long as they're not interfering with us, we could potentially still live with them. I'm not talking about how we live with them. We're definitely going to separate sexually from people that we're living with if we continue in this vein. But if we can't separate sexually from somebody, well, let's say can't, because that's not in the dictionary in Tiendo's mind. But if we haven't separated from somebody sexually, then that doesn't mean that we can't continue to be of service to Tiendo and continue to separate from other aspects of our humanness and continue to try to separate in the sexual way. It's not a moral thing to separate in a sexual way. It has to do with that they don't have the plumbing and they don't have the mindset for procreation. They don't need to procreate. They live as long as they want those vehicles to live. Indefinitely. When they're in a decaying atmosphere, then the vehicles have to be, a little bit different, and that's when they might require to eat some food if they were doing a task where they were depleted of the energy that the vehicles that they grow for them have with them. Maybe it's like a photosynthesis, conversion of light. I don't remember Tiendo saying that. I could talk more about that. I mean, Doe talked about, having to be an active student. Even what he said about, in the Doe's final exit about that somebody sees it on the news and says, "Oh my gosh, I did I miss it? Did I miss leaving?" In their minds, they were feeling like they missed the boat. And so they look at the information. He tied it into may look at the information. He may feel like they missed the boat, may look into the information that they left behind. Now, what I would suggest to somebody that's in that position, that feels that way, is really take a good look at the information. All of it. You got to read the Heaven's Gate book, and I'd say read it a couple times. Talk to Tiendo about it directly. Just say, How can I be putty in your hands? I don't want to do something that's going to shortcut my growth. I don't want to leave my vehicle and shortcut my growth. Because suicide, because of not having learned lessons, means that you just have to come back and learn that lesson. So that's not the intention of the classroom, to have to come back. They want everybody to graduate right away into adult membership. And they said that growth isn't limited in the next level. So you could theoretically pass up your older member, but you won't do that because the older member really knows how to grow fast. I mean, they do. They just automatically want to grow as fast as possible. And so there's no competition in the next level. But there are different growths. There are people that grow in different departments that you can go into. But some departments in headquarters has to do with helping new people be born into the next level. Now, I don't know, the criteria the next level uses to determine who can actually be with them in headquarters at times and working on that task. But I think that Liv Odie, Jan Odie, and June Odie, and Log Odie, and maybe, Nor Odie, and Czech Odie, and Sun Odie, and who knows how many, 24, might be in that. Well, no, he said that those that graduated with my classroom that I flunked out of, were now moving into becoming older members for people on Earth, which are all students, even former members. They're to a degree of older member, but not older member as in the gap being that different. They're moving into that task, which would be significant service as quartermaster. Does said all this, all that as well, and so suicide isn't a ticket. I keep on saying that, and I know Carlin doesn't like when I say that. Well, at least he used to not like it. But he's helped me. He's helped me a lot, re-examining this and examining it. And this last time, where I saw that, I realized that person that laid down his life in that was with the Grateful Dead as a roadie for a while. He was one of the people that laid down his life after the 39 did. And I think, I don't know if it was before or after Rick Odie did, but Rick Odie had a task. There's no competition on when you do that for the individuals that did that. And Gab Odie and Just Odie and Oscar Odie. But I didn't know for years and years and years until just a week ago when I read Carlin's comment on my post that I made in response to his comment before that, or in response to his post before that, about all these different quotes about leaving the vehicle that, is in Sam Odie has to say, and what was it? Jan Odie has to say, and June Odie has to say, and some of them Carlin didn't include in his post all of them. And to me, we're both tardy if we don't include all we can find on this subject, so that people can get, because it becomes very confusing to some people. I understand that. And that's because it's not easy to grasp that T and Do are multi-dimensional in the sense that they're working with all different grades in school in the human kingdom. So taking a chance on a positive right now, to me, would is now Carl Odie says, Carl Odie, whatever you want to call him, says that I'm a coward and that's why I'm telling people not to kill themselves. When people ask me if they think if they're ready to go, I believe in it. I'm ready to go. And I told two different people that I wouldn't do it. I'd be talking to Tiendo and I'd be putting into motion the things they taught for a while, and continue to talk to them about them, and see if they give you a clear indication that that's something to do, and then even then take a step in that direction, but continue to ask and continue to stand up for Tiendo, do more standing for Tiendo. Because if you don't do that, if you don't work for them, then you're not going to be worth anything to the next level. They're going to just put you in storage. If you're not used to doing tasks that are hard, you'll just be put on ice. I'm not saying what's going to happen to anybody, but that's the possibility and what happens, because that's what Doe said happens to the people that just stand up for Tiendo and they don't do anything else to separate from the human kingdom. Junodi spelled that all out. Now I'm paraphrasing, but please read it. Tell me why I'm off track in it. Well, what Doe said about in Doe's final exit was that person would get into, I said this already, may see the information and then may make that choice of screaming to the highest source they can imagine in somewhere in the southeast, preferably. No, southwest United States, preferably. Excuse me. So I'm thankful that Carl Ludi finally found that, and showed it to me so that I could realize that was a criteria for leaving. Feeling like you missed the boat, and then looking at the information and deciding to go. Now, Doe said that there was a small opportunity. What did he say? A short opportunity for that, or something like that. And I'll have to go look at it precisely, which I was going to do before. But I've got to go over here first and copy this whole document. Over to this other one. Now, I've got this posted on my blog, and my blog is Sawyer HG, as like in Heaven's Gate. So Sawyer HG .wordpress.com. And it's the current document on the screen there when you go to that, which I'm going to show you in a second here. All right. What did I do that for? All right. Excuse me a second here. I want to put this on my screen in the right way so I can still see if there's anybody that's a viewer. Well, and the clock is ticking. Mainly that's the main thing that I need to be aware of. Here's one quote. "We know that it is only while we are in these physical vehicles, bodies, that we can learn the lessons needed to complete our own individual transition, as well as to complete our task of offering the kingdom of heaven to this civilization one last time. We take good care of our vehicles so they can function well for us in this task, and we try to protect them from any harm." Okay, they stand for, Jan already said, we stand for a liberal euthanasia program. If someone wants to drop their vehicle, they should have the right to do so. And I remember I was there when we were talking about that and supporting Dr. Kevorkian. And the context of that is if somebody's, the vehicle is in like hospice or something, they're sick, and the vehicle can't function to grow, to have choices, to do things, so they're perfectly within their rights, and Oregon has that law now, so you can't say that I'm condoning. I think the next level supported Oregon determining that, and it's in Evolutionary Rights for Victims in the Heaven's Gate book, in that document. Okay, let me see if there's anything else on this score here. How come it's not scrolling by? This is weird. So weird. Your screens are getting all mixed up. I don't know. It's this text pad. I think it has problems with when it gets too big. Okay, so I'm not going to read what I wrote. I'm just going to look for the quotes that. Here's where Doe said this. We suggest that anyone serious about considering this go into their... No, this was in the press release, right? And we suggest that anyone serious about considering this go into their most quiet place and ask, scream, with all their being, directing their asking to the highest source they can imagine, beyond Earth's atmosphere, to give them guidance. Only those chosen by the next kingdom will know that this is the right for them and will be given the courage required to act. And then I included a link two different from Evolutionary Rights, and then the Position Against Suicide are the two links that I provide, where suicide to Doe was not going with your older member when you're given the opportunity, not going back to the next level when you're given the opportunity. So, I mean, you know, so we have the opportunity, but how you do it, if you don't know who you're going to, another thing Doe said at one point, that I'm not sure where that is, but if you don't know where you're going, then you're not going to be any place. You know, maybe you'll get saved, is what I'm saying. You know, saved for a future opportunity on ice is the way Doe said it, but he's not literal ice. So, and then Glenn Erdy says, how could I honestly say I love him more than anything if I cling to this world at all costs and only leave here when I am forced to go when this vehicle ceases to function? Right, so staying here till you die, it wasn't an option in their minds. And die from the vehicle ceasing to function. It's not... let me read what else Glenn already said. You would ask me, what if God wants you to live your life out? I can't imagine that this is the case. That is logic based upon the Luciferian definition of life, that I am this vehicle. There is no life here in this human world. The planet has become the planet of the walking dead. The human plants walk, talk, take careers, procreate, and so forth, but there is no life in them. It is all just a counterfeit illusion crafted by the forces in opposition to the next level. This has become the planet of pain. Deep inside, there is no joy in the humans, although they superficially convince themselves they are happy. I have been given this rare and golden opportunity to leave this world and return to life, to become a newborn in the evolutionary level above human. Suicide would be to turn away from this incredible opportunity I've been given, to turn my back on the next level and the life they are offering after all the care and nurturing. Right, he would be turning his back on the next level to not take that opportunity. I turned my back on Doe by not taking that opportunity. I did, I know that. And I was weak. I am weak. I have some weaknesses. Doesn't mean I'm totally weak. Doesn't mean I'm no good for nothing, because Doe told me that I have the makings of a good member of the next level. Sexuality overcoming isn't the only thing to overcome. So you're not turning your back on the next level by staying here now, when you haven't overcome anything hardly, or maybe overcome some things but not overcome other things. And how do you know if you've overcome all the things that you have the opportunity to overcoming? So if you deny that opportunity now to overcome those things, then you're turning your back on your older member, by not, to the degree that you turn your back on the major offense list and the minor offense list and the 17 steps in how to relate with fellow human beings, and by separating from, even not having any responsibilities except for taking care of yourself and earning some money, and in order to pay for your food, while you stand for tea and dough, and you deal with human circumstances that tempt you to do human things. That's the only way to build your mind. See, all these things do work together, but to think of ourselves as having overcome everything already, so I might as well just leave. Well, Carlin's not doing that, because he's got things to overcome, and that's very clear that he has things to overcome. Just like it's very clear that I have things to overcome. It's very clear that he does too. And so, he might, if my saying that makes him say, "Oh, I'm going to show you, Sawyer, and I'm going to go out and kill myself," fine. If that's what you want to do, go for it. I'm not saying what happens to your soul at that point. I'm saying what Doe said. I'm saying what Stan Odie said. I'm saying what Glenn Odie said. I'm saying what June Odie said. Because June Odie said, what was it? Maybe I put it in here. Here's another thing Glenn Odie wrote. The controversy surrounding Dr. Kevorkian is whether or not it is acceptable to willingly exit the vehicle due to the physical pain and suffering. We feel that the mental suffering of remaining in a world where you know you do not belong is certainly as severe. The human world is a hideous hell due to all of the poor choices humans have made since the beginning of the civilization. If this is all there is, without nothing to look forward to beyond this, then why choose to extend your time in this hell? Right, the only reason you would extend your time in the hell is so that you can learn everything you can learn from it, from dealing with it. Which goes to what Doe said about the 3 categories of people that could graduate. That was going to happen after they left, because it didn't include the people that were in the classroom. But it definitely applied to the people that were former students, like me and Carlin and Justin and Just Odie and Rick Odie Oscody and Gabody and Mark and Sarah, and because we all had that personal relationship with a present incarnate older member representative from the level above human. That's the way we believed it was true, and put our lives into it to a degree. And so for us, for sure, that applies. So I asked No that. And, Carl Lodi says that I have no courage. That's why I'm telling people that they might want to stay here and learn their lessons. And stand up for TNO, be of service to TNO. Because what you don't learn now, you're not going to learn on ice, and you're not going to learn it. Well, you might learn something. Well, you're definitely going to learn something if they give you a vehicle and a spacecraft with a crew. You're going to learn something, but you're going to still have the same characteristics. If you doubt anything Doe said, then that's a characteristic you have with you. That you'll be an interference, and it's going to be a limited things that they're going to give you to do, if they give you anything to do. If you don't just go directly on ice, and then you won't do anything if you're on ice until the next time they have a civilization. And so, but that goes fast in the next level. But it's, it could be hundreds, thousands of years in the humans' civilization on Earth, if they use this place for a base, which Doe considered, before a new civilization might start on it. Well, he thought a new civilization would start on it at one point. That's my understanding of that. Since I'm reading all these, and these were in Carlin's document, so, but it doesn't matter to me who wrote it. Who posted it. It's who wrote it that's important. And I don't doubt that he got it right, and he proofread it and all. I've read these things before a number of times, so it's not like I don't. I've written documents in my blog about all this before. The one thing I missed was Doe's final exit thing about the person that might apply to be like the person that immediately after it happened. Now we're 20 years later. That's, I don't know. I'm not saying that it still wouldn't apply, but take everything into consideration. And then you got to talk to them about it too. And then you got to feel like you really feel like that they were communicating to you. If you haven't set up that communication with them to where you get some subtle feelings and sense of a certain thought when you ask a question, or you see something in the news, and when you see that, you get a certain thought that relates to you asking a question about that subject. Or if you don't have that kind of experience, then your mind isn't ready to interface with next level minds, I don't think. I know Carl Lodi's gonna. I shouldn't say this because it's putting him in a light. But just from what's happened in the future, he's gonna say that. Well, I was just making excuses. No, I'm not making excuses. I want people to look at the whole context of everything, and not judge themselves ready to go or not. And talk to the next level about it, and then be open to not going, and also be open to leaving, if that's what they feel. But believe me, if we're standing up for TNO and you're open to leaving, you'll be in the circumstance where you'll leave by their hand, and that won't be dying a natural death by your vehicle kicking out, like what Glenn Odie was talking about, or when he was Stan Odie at that point. Okay, I'm going to read what Giannone said about it. The formula is the same now as it always has been. To begin a metamorphosis, that's actually changing your body, physically and mentally, into a new creature. That's the caterpillar from the butterfly to the butterfly. In order to be born into the next world, to have wings, you must abandon everything of this world, just as the caterpillar about to become a butterfly must do. You must separate and begin to wean yourself of all mammalian ways, ties, and addictions, replacing them with the ways and behavior of a more advanced and refined level of life. You got to wean yourself from your mammalian ways. You can't do that if you don't have a vehicle. Replacing them with the ways and behavior of a more advanced and refined level of life. You can't replace those behaviors and ways without a vehicle. You cannot do it by yourself. You must seek, to the best of your ability, the guidance of a representative who is a member of that kingdom. That's Do and T. Who has been through the metamorphic process at a previous time. That's Do and T. That's not necessarily a student. Well, it's not, because I don't think any of the students have been through the whole process until now. And who has been sent with the specific task of midwifing newborns. That's what T and Do are here to do. She was even took care of preemie babies in the nursery of the hospital where she worked. Or at least now, so that's the formula, okay? Then she says, or at the very least, you attempt to connect with an active student of a present representative. Present representative. This is an extremely rare opportunity. Well, I'm going to say something about present representative because I thought for a long time, well, does that mean that as long as Do's face and information is available to us, that his mind is present? So does that mean that an active student would be anybody that? But I saw it in another place where we talked about it as being incarnate representative. And so that made me realize, okay, that he's talking about actually while he was here with his body. Anyway, so I'm going to keep on going now. This is an extremely rare opportunity as we approach the end of the age. There is a tiny remnant left of a window for catching the eye of the caretakers of this world in order to get saved for future. No, then the next sentence is, which really should be another paragraph, because it's a different thought, as well as that other one. Okay, that's better. Okay, so the next thing she's saying here in this document, it's in the Heaven's Gate book, It's called Away Team from Deep Space. Something. I forgot the name of it. In order to get saved for further planting, the overriding... So this is different than metamorphosis. This is saved. Doug talked about being saved, not being satisfied with just being saved in the Beyond Human series. So in order to get saved for further planting, the overriding requirement is to recognize that this is true. These are the facts. You must believe that we represent the kingdom that created this planet and all of its inhabitants. And you must be willing to take a stand in defense of that belief and sustain that stand until the end, your departure, regardless of the consequences. This is the overriding requirement to be saved. So, that's service. You got to take a stand in defense of what... Now, somebody could say, well, I did it one time. I stood in a corner. All right, well, then I guess you qualify for that then, maybe. I don't know. But that would kind of be a mockery in my mind that you weren't, you're using that as an excuse to think that you completed that task. See, that a religion could be made out of that. When it's continuous, it's growth, it's a process. These are all words from Tiendo on many different ways they said it. That you need to engage it, you need to be active, you need a vehicle to do it. So prove to yourself that you're ready to leave this world with to be of service of Do by being of service to Do now. I don't know if that covers that. And this is I know this is but the Luciferians will have us. They want us to leave because they don't want people that believe in Tiendo to be standing for Tiendo. That's the opposite of what they want. They want to take the Tiendo people that still have the capacity to embrace Tiendo's information. They want to turn them into, believing that God is in everybody, and all you got to do is just admit it, and then you're enlightened. Okay, then Juno already goes on to say, the climax of the civilization has begun as the hour of its recycling looms near. A war in the literal heavens is underway as the alien races battle for the spoils of this planet. Their campaign is escalating. They are actively engaged in recruiting, experimenting, and mining elements, both mineral and biological, genetic, in their efforts towards survival. Digging in the dirt. Digging out the dens and the caverns in order to flee there in Revelation 6. They know their time is short. I continue to read, actually. They know their time is short. The physical evolutionary level above human is about to surface from their undercover, behind-the-scenes involvements. Ready to make their counter. There is not and never has been any contest. The only question that remains unanswered is how long the next level will permit the alien forces to present their agenda. How long is long enough for all souls to pledge their allegiance for or against, to one side or the other. Every soul must be put to the final test. And as we warned you at the outset, consider your options thoroughly. Hasty judgments are ill-advised. Here's another thing from Junodi. Every soul that was part of a deposit at any time during the civilization is back to make their choices once again. Some of these may be younger, perhaps second or first trimester souls. Although they may not even have a chance to get to know us before our departure, we do recognize them because they recognize the enemy. They see through the lies and no longer want to be a part of this world. So it is our task to give them a chance to leave this place by getting this information out. I'm going to repeat that last sentence. And so it is our task to give them a chance to leave this place by getting this information out. That's standing for Tiendo. That's talking to the souls that are perhaps first and second trimesters. Now, if somebody thinks that they're a third trimester soul, and they feel like they've overcome their sensuality and their anger and their attachments to the world and their attachments to their video games, or their food, or they've maintained those away from those addictions while they were standing for Tiendo, then maybe that's the right way to leave, but for them to take it on their own hand. Okay? And they scream to Tiendo about it, whether it's time to leave or not. Or, the other thing that Do said about it, which I don't think I put here, which a lot of people find fault for Do for saying this. Let me read the next part of Junodi first, though. Often the symptoms of a deposit from our... I guess I started to read it, so I should. Often the symptoms of a deposit from our domain can be seen in an individual's lack of motivation or rebellion against the world or system. Against the world or system, in quotes, and what it has to offer. In their futility, many of these individuals turn to the corrupt devices that are most anesthetizing. You will not find them with the so-called mainstream righteous, but more likely with your social dropouts, or even as addicts or criminals, as your so-called sinners. Another manifestation of worldly dissatisfaction can be seen in the current movement of radical separatists, patriot, militia types, who clearly recognize the corrupt condition of today's governments, particularly the dominant governments of the Western world. If it is for those that we have come again, to give them a way out of this corrupt human kingdom, which was never designed to work or be satisfactory unto itself. I was in the classroom for all those years, but I didn't hate the world. But I hadn't experienced much of it. Now, there might be people now that have experienced enough of it to where they do hate the world, and Carlin might be one of them. And I'm hating it now, more. But he might have hated it all along, even before he met Tiendo. I didn't. So maybe in that way he's ahead of me. I'm not the judge of who's where. Tiendo are. We compare ourselves to Tiendo, not anybody else. See, the other aspect, Carlin put another comment in the someplace on my blog or something. I don't know if he allows my comments to be on his blog, so I even stopped trying because I know at one point he wasn't allowing them to be there, and I don't go back to them, so I don't get to see if they're there or not, which is awful shallow in my mind to do that, but because what is he afraid of? It's like the censorship, that people are putting on Trump and other things. To me, that says a whole lot about the people that are, the Biden organization and the people that support that organization, like in Twitter and stuff, and YouTube even. But I mean, they're still allowing things to be talked about, so I'm glad of that. But because maybe the reason they weren't shutting things down entirely was because Trump was people were threatening him with lawsuits. And Trump was certainly going to try to bring some legal action against them because there's no excuse for censorship in this United States and Western societies. Because TN don't want us to know the truth about everything if we want to know about it. So, I'm going to make it more of a priority to put the rest of the quotes in here. There's one, I think, in one of the first documents in the Heaven's Gate book. But I'm not going to go to all the different spots right now. But I'm going to try to get them together. And so I'll make a new blog post with all the things that they said. See, what I know from being in the classroom is that Doe was speaking to different people at different times with the same words. Even in Jesus was doing that. But he told stories in one form. But one of the things Jesus said was that he didn't want some people, the masses, so to speak, to understand, to hear the same things that he was giving to his close disciples, because he would be bumped off sooner. He would be declared a Looney Tune sooner, because it would be too much for them to grasp. So that's, and you see that evidence when you see somebody saying, they killed themselves, so everybody that belongs to them is automatically and believes in them is automatically promoting suicide. That's not the case. We're against suicide in two ways, even. Like when Doe makes it clear to me that it's time to go, I'm not going to, I hope I don't run away from that. And, but I haven't been running away from it so far. And don't think it's not been on my mind a lot of times when people, like, when Carlin told me on my Facebook page that that he was going to try to stop me. That was like 10 years ago. Well, Carlin has a problem with an influence that is, it's not Carlin I'm talking about. It's not Carl Lodi I'm talking about. I'm talking, the next level mind part of Carl Lodi. I'm talking about a characteristic of his package that is fault finding. Now that can serve me well when he finds the things that show me that I wasn't looking at everything like he did with this, with Doe's final exit. That statement in there that I read before. So then I changed. And I'm talking about that change right now. I'm making a big deal of it. Because I wanted to, I don't mind being taught about something about T and Doe said by Carl Lodi as him as the instrument of it. I have no problem with that. Anybody else wants to tell me something that I'm saying that that you found something that Doe said or T said, or one of the graduates said, that seems to be different than what I'm saying, bring it to my attention, please. Let me look at it. Let me see if there's something I need to update in my own computer. My mind. Computer was our minds, not the vehicle. Even though the vehicle's brain is a computer also. It's a computer within a computer. All right, I think I went far enough in that regard. Anything else on here? I'll go back to the chat room, I guess. I'll just put this up here for a second. I don't know how many documentaries I've been featured in. I could probably try to count them. It's not that many, but, it's probably under a dozen. Yeah, it's definitely under a dozen, but wow, there's a lot going on in your chat. Okay, so Boston News says it's called Heaven's Gate inside. Story controversial. Oh, I see. You're talking about, so if we stay here, then don't bother believing. It's called Heaven's Gate, the inside story controversial. It's the one you and XF did and is on a channel that's called Crap Happens. Oh, really? I don't know about that. I'll have to go look at that. That's not right. That's making misinformation out of this. I'm going to go to that website. Thank you for telling me that. I also saw you in the BBC documentary that was called The Cult. I think Richard Ford, or Rio, as he's called, was there too. Yes, I think so. Right, I remember that, filming that. Then DJ Takani says, we would love to see you. Okay, great. It's just glad to get the update. Maybe we'll make that happen. I'm leaning in that direction now, but Sun Wukong says, Sawyer, what is your opinion on the Heaven's Gate podcast series hosted by Glenn Washington? Was it accurate and factual, telling the story? Well, I liked that they were telling new things, and they provided a tape of Doe that I didn't know existed, and I enjoyed that, and I enjoyed talking about different subjects. But I wish, which I told the producer, that they would have given me more time to counteract the things that were said about T, calling her a hypocrite, because she wasn't a hypocrite in any way, shape, or form. The furthest thing to describe T would be that. And calling Doe like irresponsible because he didn't tell Terry right away about his older members leaving her vehicle, because he said that T told him to not tell Terry, but he knew that there would come a time where he thought that would not be possible to abide by that. See, that gives you an example of how flexible they are. Doe knew that T saying that was the instruction, but that if it became too hard to follow that instruction, that he wasn't obliged to force it to happen, because change is the name of the game, they would always say. But you don't want to change something from your older member easily. And you don't get verification if you change it, like when your older member is outside the vehicle. So you want to be very careful about what you change about what they were saying. Actually, for students now, I don't think students should take the liberty of changing anything that they said in the Heaven's Gate book, any of the documents and the audio tapes and the videotapes. If you want to try to understand it, and you're talking to somebody about what it might mean, that's a different story. But if you find yourself actually changing something, then I'd give that a hard look and tell that influence to take a hike. Because we all have influences. We all have Luciferian, space alien, fallen angel souls attempting to steal us away from becoming members of the next level. They hate the next level because they resent that they were imprisoned. But they think of the next level as just another space race that has better technology. They don't really comprehend that they are evolutionarily above human and above them as human equivalents, because they still vibrate on human wants and desires. To want to create a planet to where you're the ruler of that planet, that's a totally unnext level way of thinking. Because next level older members, the only thing they want is to do the will of their older member. Then the older member will decide whether, okay, I'm going to give you a task. I want you to create a project over here, and it's going to require a body that's like an Earth. And so, since you've been asking for tasks, this is the task we want to start. We meaning him and his other older members that are on the same, like a chief, or the chief of chiefs. Because the chief of chiefs sounds like it's the older member, T's older member. So if that's true, then T's older member was in communication with T and O together to do this task. And I don't doubt that's possible. But their older member could have also been T, because T was able to have more than one vehicle and didn't need nearly all her mind in order to do the task as Bonnie Lou, to wake up the vehicle Bonnie Lou Truesdale Nettles to her task as Peep and then T. Okay, so then so the podcast, there's a lot more to say about it, and I actually posted on my blog, sawyerhg.wordpress.com, a whole bunch of critiques, like 5 different documents. If you go to my blog and you search on Pineapple, because that's the Pineapple Street Media are the ones that put it together. And Glenn Washington came to where I lived at the time. And so there's other things T was the professor. She was, it was like, right from the beginning, I was in awe of them. And I wanted to be their student. And I wasn't like, somebody that had no experience in the world. I was living on my own for 4 years, even though I would take charity and I would do odd jobs and I would make money from busking or playing music and, all different kinds of ways like that. I didn't have a real career. But, and I was exploring all kinds of spiritual things. So I wasn't just this person that, came out of the woods and all of a sudden heard about T and Do and thought, oh, this is it. I didn't care about UFOs. I believed it was possible, but I didn't really understand that it was real until years after I was in the group. It dawned on me that was real. But, so I wasn't mesmerized either, because otherwise I would have believed in all those things, right from the bat. If because they weren't offering us information as a carrot. We didn't ever talk. They didn't ever, hardly ever, pat anybody on the back, so to speak. And they even talked about that at a meeting, and those tapes are available where they talk about that. And they say that, we're getting you ready to be in a next level spacecraft on a crew with people to where you're functional. You're going to be able to be useful. And so we're not telling you the good things that you're doing, the things that you're doing well, except occasionally. And occasionally they did. It was occasional. I could probably count on one hand, or even less than one hand. But they weren't down on us like to where they were dictatorial or without feelings, or they didn't consider what we said. Even if we did something that was not procedure, like to stop them in the hallway if they were living in the same craft with us, or if they were visiting for a time and they were circulating around the house, which we called a craft, then they wouldn't tell you, you're not supposed to stop us, because you're interfering with what we're thinking about, which was the basis of that. Okay, but that applied to everybody, actually. That we shouldn't assume somebody else is always ready to just switch gears into thinking about what's on our mind. Unless we had a task with them to work something out. And then we would interfere with what else was on their mind at the time. So All right, let's see what else. I'll go back to the chat room. Maybe I went through enough of that for now. There's lots of other examples. So I suggest if you really want to see everything about that, because there's a lot there. Well, let me think if I can think of another one off the top of my head. Oh, something in the beginning of it, one of the first episodes was, I think, interviewing, what was his name? Theo, Theo, I think it was. And who had been with the class for a period of time and dropped out. I don't know if he ever got, or I don't think he ever got an Odie name. So it certainly, which was 1977 or 8 when we got that. Or 9. 7 or 8 probably. But those names. So where there was some suggestion that Bill made a mistake by exiting, and that was misleading to us. I'm not saying he said that, but it came up around that time where he was being interviewed, and which is a common thing that's said about, the Heaven's Gate group. And a cult of cults, the cult of truth. The only cult that had no bad behavior in it. That wasn't holding anybody against their will by hook or by crook methods. That's what humans do. That's what the space aliens do. And they get humans to do that as well. No children in the classroom. Another huge difference from almost all the other cults or groups that are, of a spiritual bent. I'm not talking about people who have a club, they have a yoga club and there's no kids in it. I'm talking about people that are living communally, and thinking they're, and I'm not saying they're not growing. Okay, that's not for me to decide. But if they never look at T&O's information, then the amount of that they grow in this lifetime is going to be less than it has to be. So let me go back to the chat. What's up, Booster? Yeah, but see, we all have different things that, we need to overcome, and so we all have our own tendency to kind of focus on well, some of us have more of a difficulty not focusing on what other people are doing. Now, I've asked Carlin early on, haven't asked him recently, but I asked everybody. So I asked him again tonight to bring up things that he sees that I might be saying that are against T&O's teachings or exaggerating or, doing something that I can't show is from T&O's mind. Now, I mean, he can pick and choose when to do that. Okay, and I'm not going to be able to prove everything because there's things that they said that never made it to a tape. For years, we didn't have tape recorders. Living outdoors and all that. So how can I possibly, I can't prove those things except by other people that experienced that. And there's some of them around still, but I'm not in touch with many of them. But Stewart is one of those people who, for the first year, was in T&O's camp. And I've learned a lot from him, and I talk to him whenever I want to. And he's doing well, and he's growing in his service to T&O. Do you have any idea how many documentaries you're featured in? well, if you call my little 10-second blurbs, sometimes a little longer than that, a feature, I mean, it would be a feature to me if I was watching it and, and someone else was expressing their experience with Tiendo. So I wasn't putting it down by that. Sometimes my vehicle can come off a little sarcastic, and I don't know if that came off that way that time. So just in case it did, I apologize, and I said what I would have been my vibration. Even if I was vibrating on that sarcasm, that doesn't mean that that's me. That's what taking control of the horse is. Recognizing the things that we do and say that are coming out in a slanted kind of way, that might be showing a little ego or something. Because I know my vehicle has ego. And I see it mostly come out when I play music for people. But I've seen it come out in terms of, giving an interview that lasts for 2 or 3 hours and feeling kind of satisfied with what I said, and then I start thinking about all the things that I wish I would have said better, or different, or added to. So I mean, so it only goes so far. I mean, it's not that we can't be pleased with ourselves. There's nothing wrong with being pleased with yourself. It's being too pleased with yourself. That's the problem. And I know that because T told me that I was too pleased with myself. She would have said it, you're pleased with yourself, if it meant all being pleasured with yourself. I don't mean pleasured with yourself like, like the sexual thing. No, it's being pleased with what you said or what you did or what you accomplished or what you didn't do. Whatever it was. So Jay Pollock, hey, have you ever been in touch with R30? RTH is the way short for R30. Not sure if his vehicle is still with us. I don't know if it is or not. I haven't heard from him in a long time. Or heard or saw him in anything in a long time. I think I did see him in something that was more recent than in that Larry King Live interview, and then the one that was The Cult. I think it was in that too. I know Leanne is still around. Well, as of maybe a month ago, because she's being interviewed for another documentary that's going to come out soon. There's 2 that are in the works by the major media. One is the ABC 2020 group are doing something, and the other is, maybe I shouldn't have been telling people this. Maybe that's why they kind of paused. Right after the election, they paused. Well, I don't know. They seem to be really wanting to do it, so if the next level wants it to come out, they'll help it happen. But if the humans refuse the next level's help, then it may just go die by the wayside. What do you... Abusa says, would Doe have supported someone seeking to undergo euthanasia if their vehicle was functioning normally, but they were suffering with debilitating mental illness? Well, I can't give mental advice. That's a real, I can't second guess Doe on that. that's too darn sensitive, because mental illness, I'm considered to be mentally ill by some people. Debilitating mental illness to where, are they cutting themselves or something? Because I think everything in the human kingdom can be overcome. Well, that's a fact. But let's say they're autistic, and they're way out of control in thinking and acting. But they have to be able to tell the person, they have to be able to decide to do that. And a lot of times people that are even even people that are having dementia, I've said to people that I hope I have the sense to leave my vehicle by my own hand before I end up becoming like, to the degree that my mother became, unfunctional and hardly was remembering anything of the short-term memory, but she had some long-term memory, longer than that. But the thing is, when you start losing your mind, things that didn't satisfy you about life can start to satisfy you. So you can become like an animal, to where you're just satisfied with eating and sleeping and watching a movie or something, going to the movie theater or going, out to eat, or, we can be in that mode and be not growing at all, because all our time of our mind and body. So that would be like a mental illness for some. And so I couldn't say to them, because they could snap out of it. See, the thing is, we don't know. I know that's what people rely on in terms of euthanasia for somebody that's biologically dying. Okay? That they might snap out of it. And the same thing for people that are in a coma. Same thing for people. That's why you can't do it to somebody else, because you don't know whether they could snap out of it. Because the next level could help them snap out of it. But the brain is so damaged that it's too hard for the next level to do that, to where they might not do it, or they might just take that vehicle out, so that the people that were living with, taking care of vehicles that are in that condition, can have something else to do with their lives, instead of just taking care of somebody that had become a vegetable. And so the next level would do that. So the next level has the judgment of telling, of when to take people out. We don't have that judgment. But to allow them to have the opportunity to do it, that's really like, I would say no. I would say that's not, doesn't sound like it's from my older member's mind. I mean, I can imagine, like, let's say you knew if they gave them a certain weapon, they would shoot themselves with it. You weren't technically, the one that pulled the trigger, but you gave them the weapon. So, yeah, you did it. You did it. Especially if you knew that they might do that. See, that would be, that next level wouldn't do that. I don't believe. And I'm asking them right now, and a lot of times I do get senses of things. And I'm not getting any sense that that's inaccurate. But I could, I'm just going to say I could be wrong in some circumstances. I'm going to put it that way. Not like in degrees, but in some circumstances that could maybe be okay. Well, I'll give you the example that it is okay sometimes. And because Doe brought up this example in the position against suicide document. Let me find it. I'm going to have to bring this to a close soon. I got to get a drink of water and use the restroom so my bladder doesn't explode. Oh, where the heck is that? Position. Oh, maybe it was just a link that I provided. Oh yeah, it was a link. All right, I can find that quickly. Oh, wrong kind of search box. Sorry. Find files. No, I don't need that. Oh, come on. Found 2 occurrences. Weren't that many anyway. Okay, suicide and true sensitive order. What the heck? Why is that finding while you're talking about it? Doesn't make any sense at all. Oh, okay. It was in that other place there. All right. Okay, I'll read it. Our position against suicide. We know that it is only while we are in these physical vehicles, bodies, that we can learn the lessons we need to complete our own individual transition, as well as to complete our task of offering the kingdom of heaven to this civilization one last time. See that? Need bodies for that. We take good care of our vehicles, so I read this before, so that they can function well for us in this task, and we try to protect them from any harm. That's our instruction there. Then we fully desire, expect, and look forward to boarding a spacecraft from the next level very soon in our physical bodies. There is no doubt in our mind that being picked up is inevitable in the very near future. But what happens between now and then is the big question. We are keenly aware of several possibilities. It could happen that before the spacecraft comes, one or more of us could lose our physical vehicles, bodies, due to a recall, accident, or at the hands of some irate individual. We do not anticipate this, but it is possible. Another possibility is that because of the position we take in our information, we could find so much disfavor with the powers that control this world that there could be attempts to incarcerate us or to subject us to some sort of psychological or physical torture, such as occurred at both Ruby Ridge and Waco. It has always been our way to examine all possibilities and be mentally prepared for whatever may come our way. For example, consider what happened at Masada. That's what I was going to get to. Around 73 AD, a devout Jewish sect, after holding out against a siege by the Romans to the best of their ability and seeing that the murder, rape, and torture of their community was inevitable, determined that it was permissible for them to evacuate their bodies by a more dignified and less agonizing method. We have thoroughly discussed this topic of a willful exit of the body under such conditions, and have mentally prepared ourselves for this possibility as can be seen in a few of our statements. However, this act certainly does not need serious consideration at this time, and hopefully will not be in the future. So they thoroughly discussed this. That's with all the students. And by discussing it, students were individually preparing themselves for it. Even if they didn't say anything in the discussion of it, they were thinking about it. And they might have been required to write notes to Doe about any thoughts they have about it. Because we were given that example several times of when they first brought it up when I was in the classroom, and they said, well, first they said in August of 90, August of 94, we think the handwriting's on the wall that we may be required to exit our vehicles by our own hand. And then we traveled back to California, because that was in Massachusetts, at an outdoor meeting, and just with us. There was none of the people outside the classroom in that meeting. And then they brought up to all the new students, and this was to the new students and the former students, the older in time spent in the classroom students, which doesn't necessarily mean older in experience with the next level in behaviors, in controlling our behaviors and ways. So anyway, but that's when they said, one by one, Doe said, I I want to hear from all of you. And he went one by one around the room, starting from the left bottom row and going up. Whichever direction he went in, I don't remember exactly, but he said, "Do you have any reservations?" First, he described drinking a mixture that had a strong barbiturate in it that would basically put your vehicle to sleep permanently. And he didn't describe using the plastic bag or the vodka that I can remember. And then he sort of went around and, he talked about that for a minute or two, and then he went around to pointing at each, not pointing, but, started off with the first person, and they said, did they have any reservations about that? Some just said no. Some said, one said yes. And that was a new person to the group that I remember. And then he was in the rest of the meeting. But there were arrangements made for him to leave the next day. And so he was given a bus ticket or something. Whatever he asked for, depending on where he wanted to go, would have been determined. I got an airplane ticket. Other people got airline tickets that I know about, a number of them. And money. I don't know if that guy received any money, but I got $600. But I didn't, that's not when I left, because I said that I didn't have any reservations. And I'm going to go on in that document. The true meaning of suicide is to turn against the next level when it is being offered. Now, that was actually what I said. I said September of 1994. That's not the reason I left, but the classroom. But that's when that happened. It was very close to when I left. Then the rest of that document says, the true meaning of suicide is to turn against the next level when it is being offered. In these last days, we are focused on two primary tasks. One, of making a last attempt at telling the truth about the next level, about how the next level may be entered. Our last effort at offering to individuals of this civilization the way to avoid suicide, in quotes. Suicide's in quotes in that one. And it was in quotes in the first usage also. And two, taking advantage of the rare opportunity we have each day to work individually on our personal overcoming and change in preparation for entering the kingdom of heaven. See, so that's what we can be mimicking. Working on our change, our overcoming and our change. And being of service of bringing this information about the next level to other people. It's very clear that they wanted all this to happen. It didn't happen because there was nobody to graduate. Even if it's graduation to a grade in school that's getting ready to be willing, ready and willing to leave everything behind, even when they're in a circumstance where they have a lot in the human kingdom. Like some of the members did. I didn't have a lot in the human kingdom when I left. But Lagodi had, children. I don't know what age they were. I think some of them might have been young. I think he had like 4 children. And he had a ranch, a business as a rancher and other businesses. He was a real estate developer. And so, he was quite well to do. And a wife, his partner. And that's just one example. I could give other examples, but I want to kind of shorten it a little bit. Oh, there's more here? just flipping around. Sorry. Okay, so chat room says, well, Boston U, okay, I understand it. You're saying nobody has the right to lecture anyone else on something if they themselves aren't doing it. 3SPM. That's not only hypocritical on behalf of the lecturer, it's just downright stupid on their part. I'm telling you what Tiendo taught. I'm not telling you what to do, what to believe, what not to believe. I'm telling you what Tiendo taught. And, why is that not... I'm not a hypocrite about that. I'm just having trouble with doing everything in the schedule for overcoming the world and separating from the world in all the ways. So if you want to call me hypocritical because of that, because I'm not perfect, then fine. I'm hypocritical, okay? But calling me stupid on that part, I don't know why it would be stupid. So I don't agree with you on that statement. Booster says, that guy seems like a... okay, I'm not going to say that word. Not that I think it's a bad word, but I doubt Tiendo would approve of his criticism and shaming of other students. Well, who knows if that person's a student? I don't know if that person considers him a student. If he does, then he should go read the major offense list and the minor offense list and the 17 steps and everything that Tiendo wrote and see if you can prove that talking about Tiendo, but not being able to, but by having a weakness, which Doe talked about in one of the videotapes, Last Chance to Evacuate Earth, or the other one that was made in 1996, and Doe's Final Exit, where it talks about how some people that would go to the next level believe in their older member and are trying to separate from the world the best they can, and but still have weaknesses. So if you want to see having a weakness as being a hypocrite, not being perfect, I think you're listening to a voice from the opposition that wants to give you a reason to not follow more of the teachings. I'm not the judge of you as somebody that is following those teachings or not, and how much you believe in Tiendo or not. I don't know what you've been through and what you believe in not. But I guess I asked for that, but you haven't showed me anything that Tiendo said to support it. So the shoe doesn't fit me. I don't believe. Unless you want to be, like... I'm sure you can make a case that the shoe fits me, okay? That I'm a hypocrite. So I'll just stand as a hypocrite, okay? But then calling me stupid, that's downright anti-next level. If you're angry with your brother without cause, that's against what Jesus said. And Tiendo supported what Jesus said in those four Gospels. And so, so what's the cause of saying that I'm a hypocrite? What's the definition of a hypocrite? Talking but not doing? So if I'm a hypocrite that's talking about the way a car is built, but I'm not actually building cars. Am I a hypocrite? I'm talking about the way a next level mind is built according to T and Do. But I am trying to build my next level mind into a next level graduate. But, but I don't know everything about that. I don't know how to do a lot of that. I don't have the strength of will for some of the things all the time. Sometimes I do for periods of time, but other things I don't. I say things that are sarcastic sometimes. T said that would keep me off the spacecraft. T said that I like to be a little too pleased with myself. That'll keep me off the spacecraft. T said that I like to be seen as something special. Like to be seen as something special, when actually we want to try to be something special by becoming a member of T&O's classroom and graduating. That's the only way we can, as a human, be something special. And so, those are, and giving it the sensuality to any degree is also something that will keep me off the spacecraft. So I've got a lot of things to overcome. I've got like 4 things to overcome that I know about. But none of those, well, you could say that some of them have to do with ego. But, how does anybody else judge when my ego is behind what I'm saying? Unless, they see me being sarcastic. And then it maybe could show a little bit. But that doesn't mean that's me. That's an influence I'm working on. So if I catch it, like I did in this discussion or whatever, and a time or two, then I'm doing my homework to some degree. It would be better if I was able to catch it before it even came out of my mouth and even before it formed as a sentence in my head. To have forethought and restraint is also part of the next level mind, and flexibility is another one. And tolerance and patience with other people and ourselves, and trying to help somebody, not try to put them down, is another characteristic. There's no deceit. There's no guile. So there's no manipulation of anybody. There's no lying. You can say, well, you're lying to yourself. Well, I'm not saying that I got it all going together. Okay, well, I did enough of my spiel in response to that, so it's okay. I'm not mad at you for Boston U for saying that to me. I understand that you're working through your own stuff, and we all have influences to deal with about this. And those influences want us to find reasons to not follow in T&Do's footsteps in every way that we can. Jay Pollock says, was the practice of not speaking to each other done often? And how long was the longest stretch? Oh, you mean no words at all? It was one time for maybe a week or two is kind of the way I remember it. In the Vidavoo camping area, rustic camping area of the Medicine Bow National Forest in 1976. But then we used keywords after that 2 weeks was over, and we stayed with the keywords for a long time, for years. We never really dropped them, but then when people weren't chatty Cathys all the time anymore, then T&O weren't concerned about it. They didn't like spend a lot of time correcting us. Never in person, on the spot, did they say that we're using too many words or anything like that I ever heard. They weren't like that. They didn't lord over us like an employer does sometimes. Crack the whip. They didn't do that at all. they were very gentle. The UFOs, Aliens, and the Paranormal says, "Hi, this is Richard. Been on a while. Hope all is well." Oh, okay, cool. You got... Oh, yeah, okay. So I joined I took your invite. I don't know if you saw that or not. I didn't know you were the same person. Yeah, I've been on a while. 4 hours, right? I say that as a down, but I'm not down on it. But I think there's been some good stuff to come up, I think. Stuff I wanted to bring up. And Booster says, did you get to practice instruments while in the classroom? No, we didn't have any music in the classroom, except about 7 or 8 or no, 8 or 9 years into being in the classroom, they said we could listen to the radio on classical music station in the car on our way to our autocraft tasks or wherever we were doing in the car, if everybody agreed in the car to do that for a little bit of time. And we had recordings of classical music. We could listen in the craft as well, if we wanted to. And we had Gilbert and Sullivan music, and we had Cattaro music. And then we had Jesus Meine Freud in Bach, and we started to sing that a little bit, which went to the song, "Help Me Have No Human Ways. Help me have no human ways, no thoughts of self, no faults to see." No faults to see. See, there's a lesson program for somebody. "Only the ways of space, only the ways of space. Now I know." No, just say it once. "Only the ways of space. Then now I know my heart is fast in my Father's path at last. Only the ways of space, only the ways of space." That was the song, the lyrics of it. And the tune, it went to Jesus Meine Freund, a Bach piece, I believe it is. Now, I don't know if we ever sang that out loud together. But we were given that to sing, whenever we wanted to ourselves. Not together as students. We never did that. It was just for us personally. We had no outward show of prayer or holiness, in any kind of religious terms. No ceremonies. I mean, their leaving the way they left was the biggest, the only, well, not maybe the only, but the biggest form of ceremonial thing that we did. And we didn't do things like, anything like, we didn't rehearse that. We talked about it ahead of time, exiting by that way. But we didn't rehearse it like the Jim Jones people did, where they had a fake rehearsal. And they ended up drinking the drink and not dying. And so they did that a number of times. And so when it came down to the last time, there were probably some people that thought, oh, well, this is just another one of those rituals. But then they died, and then people started crying, and people were, trying to escape, and they were shooting them. So it was nothing the same at all. Not at all. But the individuals that died believing that they were following the best advice they could get from somebody that they looked up to, I kind of feel, and I could be wrong about this, that that God was smiling on those souls, because if they had souls or spirits, whatever it was, and will put them in a situation to where they can continue to grow. It might have even done so right away. To where maybe they were some of the 94. They came in 1994. For all I know, it's possible. Okay, so Wildberry Jam Ultra Cosmic says, it would have been rare to be somewhere with instruments after giving most possessions away. I would assume they came across a piano on occasion, though that some students might have dabbled with. Doe bought a piano, but nobody had instructions to play it, except Doe showed us something one time. He played like 2 bars on it, 2 or 3 bars, maybe 4 bars, of like some kind of classical piece that was very serious sounding and very interesting sounding. And but then he stopped right away and never played it again. But Melody, who had learned to play piano before she was in the classroom, she was assigned the task of playing the piano so that we could sing. I forgot to say, we did sing. We sang 4-part harmonies of Christmas carols that started before the Christmas where T left. So it would have been the Christmas of '84. Well, maybe we started even before that. I think we started before that. And we sang to T during the Christmas of '84. And then every once in a while we would sing Oh How a Rose, because I understood it to be Doe's favorite song, Lo How a Rose. It's a Christmas kind of song about a rose rising up from the thorns. Like from the Luciferian mind, we can become a beautiful flower that can be of service to the next level in a lot of different ways. Not by our smell, of course, but unless you want to say our smell is our mind, which can be thought of that way in the Bible records. They said that the smoke from the incense was the prayers of the saints. So the scent, the smoke has a scent and also has something visual. And something you can breathe in. Mind. Okay, so I'm going to read what Boston Youth says. I was talking about the person who called you a coward for staying here when they themselves were staying here too. That's what I meant, 3SPM. I wasn't calling you a hypocrite. I was calling them one. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm sorry. I wasn't taking it personal anyway, Boston U, but I'm sorry I didn't really go back to what you said, and because I know you did say that. I'm sorry. I went off on a tangent because because yeah, I know what you're saying. It's like well, but see, Carlin, who said that to me about being a coward a number of times, he's sensitive to what he's trying to be. I appreciate what he's doing because he's trying to correct me, trying to. I mean, I don't think he's really trying to consciously help me because I think he's got too much of a problem with me to be thinking that way. But it does still help me. So I don't know that he's being he said himself that he feels like he is a hypocrite. So on his blog, I believe he says that. His blog name is Carlody, Crlody. And he has a lot to say about me all the time. And there are things that he said that over the years I responded to him, and I put on my blog. And so if you want to see that back and forth that took place, because even if somebody is being a hypocrite, it's not my place to face them with that unless they're asking me for that help. Or they're saying something that's against what Tian Do actually said. And that's where he's coming from. Pointing out the things that I'm saying now. And he did catch me on that last thing that I said about somebody, that person, the Grateful Dead roadie that seemed to leave. I think he left a note saying that he was leaving on account of Heaven's Gate people leaving. And so I didn't know if he was I told Carlin at one point that I don't see the evidence that he's necessarily going to be going with Do. If he never knew about Do, and he wasn't separating, I don't know if he was separating from the world enough, according to the criteria. But then I saw where Do said that even in that circumstance, somebody seeing that happen, feeling like they missed the boat, they could choose to leave. And if they got in touch with the information, they had to have some association with the information. They couldn't just see Do, see them all leaving, and then say, oh, I'm going to leave, and then just go leave, and they don't know anything about what he's talking about. They're not giving themselves a chance to see what they don't agree with or what they don't want to do, because it is about doing. And if you're not willing to do the lessons and learn the procedures and learn how to behave and act and think and serve to be of use in the next level, then you have no right to lay down your vehicle and think that you're going to get some prize for that. That's the way the religions kind of teach you to do. They're the ones that would want you to go out and just bump yourself off without paying attention to everything Do said about that. Do's final exit was available for that person that was the Grateful Dead person. So I don't know if he paid attention to paid attention to the information or not. So I can't tell you where he was likely to end up as a soul. I don't doubt that he was saved for future opportunity. But he could have grown a lot. But then again, he was pretty advanced to even want to do that. So I'm not the judge of him. Because you could be advanced in one area, but not advanced in all the areas that you need to be advanced in. Certainly, I've got a number of things that, I've got, like I said before, like at least 4 things that I'm aware of that I need to work on. And I am working on them. So I'm glad you brought that up again, Boston U. Thanks. I'll try to do a better job with paying attention to exactly what somebody is saying before I start talking to that person as if they're calling me the hypocrite when you aren't calling me the hypocrite. Wow. This has been a sensitive issue for me. I'm sorry. I went into that to that degree like that. Because Carlin's been, we've had so many back and forths, I can't count them on 2 hands about this subject for years and years. And, it's a valid thing to have corrected me on. So I'm glad of that. But it's not like it convinces me that I'm I'm off the track and I'm just doing this for my own good. I'm not in service to Doe because I got that part wrong. That's not the way it works. We have to be willing to get things wrong also. And we have to be willing to see that the shoe doesn't fit when somebody criticizes us. I got that lesson directly from Doe. I was criticized in the classroom by somebody that was called Reddy, RDD, who was a homeless person that was living in Seattle. And he saw the Beyond Human series. Or he went to the library and saw the USA Today advertisement. It was an information advertisement. It had a lot of data, and it's posted in the Heaven's Gate website, and also I can send it to you in anybody if they want. It's also on my blog. No, and you weren't calling me stupid. I'm sorry again. Yeah, right. I know you were saying that I was stupid of that person, but then I don't agree with that either. I don't know about calling somebody stupid. That's I could see how you would think that there was some hypocrisy there, but even that, I would be a little bit slow and wanting to see where the person was coming from and seeing if they could help you see where they were coming from. And like Carlin might just say, I know Carlin has somebody that listens to some of these live streams, and or has someone that reports to him certain things. I feel that might be the case on the person reporting, because I couldn't, with the way he has expressed feeling about me and doing these live streams, I can't imagine that he would sit through 4 hours of these live streams to hear all the things that I might say that he might want to try to correct. So I'm not. I don't normally in the classroom we don't gossip and talk about somebody behind their back, and we don't have that classroom right now. We're in a different type of learning situation. It's not a classroom. We have no teacher. We only have other students that have the same teachings of information available to us, plus whatever experience we had in person, which I know is a big chunk of experience. Not necessarily just in volume. Like 19 years doesn't mean that I gathered 19 years of wisdom. No, maybe I only gained what for somebody else could have been a couple of days of wisdom, or just hearing one thing from Doe taught them something that I still don't understand to the depth that I need to understand in order to overcome something. I'm just being general about that, but we can't. That's why Jesus said, "Judge not, lest you be judged," because the way that you measure others is the way that you're going to be measuring. You're measured. You're going to be measured by the way that you measure others. And so I would still suggest. Not that you didn't ask me for this critique, so I'm a little bit stepping out a little bit by saying it. But I think I wouldn't make judgments on anybody for anything unless bad behavior. Like if somebody is smacking somebody, that's bad behavior. Or somebody's, certainly in a war, killing is bad behavior. I mean, according to the next level. It doesn't mean that those can't be overcome for people that engage in those kind of behaviors. Even in this lifetime, at any time, if they look to the highest source for help, and many of those individuals are being helped by the next level, I think. in their own way. And some of them might be homeless. So they're separating from the world. Because they don't have a lot of the things that people have in the world to give them pleasure. So that might be the good best step for them. Because the bigger or the more we fall, so to speak, the more difficult the lesson to get back on the horse and to be in control of our horse, and that is control of the mind and the body. So even if we did do something that was against next level instructions, when we admit it and then we try to come up with a remedy, and that remedy might include apologizing to anybody we did harm to, if we can still do that, like people that were loved ones, if we have the ability to do that. Or if we don't, ask the next level for help on how to do that, if you're in that circumstance. And then try to put it into motion and see if the next level helps you put it into motion. It might take some ability to raising some funds and who knows what, right? I know there's a lot of people that went back to those war zones and tried to meet up with people that they thought they met, and they found them, and they found that they forgave each other. Well, one person, the victim family, had forgiven them. I know people that, I know of reports of, and articles and stuff of people that went and ended up becoming, asked to join the family of the person that they had something to do with dying. Or maybe, I don't know if they actually did the thing that, a lot of times they were shooting in Vietnam. This person was from Vietnam War. And they're shooting they don't know what they're shooting at. They're shooting in the woods when they see something move after they were shot at or something, So who knows? The circumstances of war are terrible. Was there this much infighting in the classroom? Let me put it this way. Members of the classroom were very determined to do the task the best way they knew how, and all had something to overcome. And so there were disagreements, and there were certain classmates that couldn't be very good partners for the other classmate because they either brought too much criticism upon the other one, or they didn't bring any criticism up to the other one, or the way that they did it was unlike the way a member of the next level would do it, or the way they received it, they just couldn't get over being really defensive in a way to where they were trying to point out the other person's faults, which was also a no-no. And it got to the point with some people that we had an instruction for everybody to just say, "Thank you, I'll examine that." When the partner would bring up something that they thought was a characteristic or behavior that was not like T&O's taught behaviors. Because it wasn't like everything was written down. Even facial expressions could be interpreted in a way that, I was told by Song Odie, Do came to me and told me that that some classmates have said to him that, that that my partner said to me, Song Odie, not said to me, but said to him that she felt like I was mad at her sometimes. I don't think I was ever mad at her. But I wasn't showing enough facial expressions sometimes. And so I needed to work on that. Doe told me that. And I took it to heart and I tried to figure out how to do that. And I expressed that to Song Odie that I wasn't angry with her. And I wasn't aware of my facial expressions, and I'll try to be more aware of it and bring it up to me again when you see it. That's what I should have said. I'm not sure I said all that, but that would have been responding to that criticism the way a member of the next level would respond to it. And that's what we were trying to do. We were trying to respond to things and talk about things the way members of the next level would do it. And the only way we know if we're doing that or not, we don't, actually. We don't know if we're doing it or not. We can have a sense that we don't have any, ulterior feelings or sarcasms or anger behind the things that we're saying. But I don't feel any of those thoughts now. I didn't even feel anger. I felt a little bit. Yeah, I was a little bit ruffled by misinterpreting what you said, Boston U. I'm sorry about that. But it wasn't. See, I don't really know who. I've seen Boston U a number of times in the chat room here. And, but I don't personally know you, so I'm not, thinking like, oh, that person is, gotta watch out for that person, calling me a hypocrite and stupid. So I wasn't, I was trying to address the subject matter, and I don't think I'm not aware that I did a bad job of communicating that, although I do see that there could be a little bit of anger in there, so I did do a bad job of it. To that degree. And now when I've been hashing it over and over again, that's what helped me see it. And we had that procedure in the classroom of when you say something to somebody, before you go to sleep, when you're in your bunk, you're supposed to go over your day and see if there was anything that you could recognize that you could have improved upon. And if it was something that was between you and your partner that was like a little bit of bad air, then you could get up and go to them. But preferably you would say that before you went to bed, that you felt like you wanted to clear the air and take responsibility. Don't make it into another thing where, well, if you wouldn't have said it that way, if you didn't use that tone of voice, then that would be getting back into it again and blaming them again. So that went on all the time. If you want to call it infighting, it wasn't fighting. It is fighting, I guess, in a sense. Okay, I won't be so offended by that word. So I've dealt with a lot of people telling me that, how can we believe you because of all the infighting you all do? As if the classroom was this Pollyanna circumstance to where everybody walked around with their hands clasped and whispering and only saying, wonderful things like monks and nuns. Nunks and muns is the way that T and Doe said it. Well, I don't know if I ever heard T say that, but Doe said it in T's presence, I believe. Nunks and muns. Right, Jay Pollock. Oh, Wildberry. There was no fighting There was no fighting in the classroom, only spiritual growth and shedding of egos. Yes, except one time that I'm aware of. I'm not sure who did the pushing, but I just knew that what I understood from it is that both pushed one another on the chest, Cody and Alex Odie. Alex Odie was among the 38, and Cody left the group and has since has had his vehicle expired. By natural causes, I think. Because I knew I was in communication with him after I left a number of times, and I visited with him in Dallas. But anyway, so that's a pushing match that happened. And then there was one time when somebody pulled somebody else into a closet and they were feeling each other up. A male pulled a female into a closet. They were feeling each other up. And let's see what else. Another time, that's not fighting, but in a sense it is, because you're fighting against, you're maintaining your vow, your choice, your goal. Those are goals. And, what sin meant was missing the mark. The mark is what you're aiming for. Doesn't mean that you get there every time. But you keep on trying. You don't let a failure be a reason to stop trying. No matter how much time exists between when you might keep on missing the mark. And then you might get to a place to where you start to get the mark again, and maybe even go past that point that you got to before. And then you might fall again, but maybe not. You don't have to assume that you will. That's like defeating, that's like agreeing to miss the mark ahead of time so that you don't have to be down on yourself. 'Cause, there's nothing wrong with being disappointed with yourself. Okay, but you shouldn't be down in the dumps for very long about it. Because part of the overcoming is to, if you're down in the dumps, to pick yourself up again and make a positive out of the negative. Members of the next level are masters at making positives out of negatives, Tino said. Then Boston U says, anybody ever been expelled from level above human? Booster says. I forgot to read J. Pollock above that. Oh, wait, above that even. Right, J. Pollock says, interesting about the music scale names. Devoting, I already read that one. Right. I know, that is... And then Revelation 14 and Revelation 5 talks about the song. The lesson steps. T used the word piano roll to describe the lessons. So that you learn to curb your anger, that's learning one lesson. And then you learn the next lesson is that you learn to curb your vehicle's desire for sensuality. Well, anger is a form of sensuality, but let's say sexuality, then that's another lesson to learn. So you don't end up becoming angry and letting yourself get angry after you work on both at the same time. So those are the different notes. Each one of those is like a note in the piano roll. And it's like Old MacDonald's Farm, where you repeat the name of the animal with each verse, with each chorus or whatever it is, right? And you go through all the lessons each time. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Each of those is a lesson step. I'm not saying that maybe that's all the lessons there are really. I hadn't thought of it that way. But they said there were very few actual characteristics to master, to conquer, to overcome. And overcoming is also degrees of overcoming. So you could conquer one aspect of sexuality, but then it comes and attacks you in another way, to where you find that you're attracted to somebody because you heard their voice and it was a pleasant female voice if you happen to be attracted to females, or a pleasant male voice if you happen to be attracted to males, regardless of what your gender is. And you hear that voice and it kind of stimulates your libido a little bit. I mean, you might not even feel it, but you can actually feel it physically too, depending on how sensitive you are when that's stimulated. I know I experienced that in the classroom. I saw somebody walking on the side of the road while I was on the way to my out-of-craft task, and I was a passenger, and I was in the back seat. I remember looking out the window, and I saw this person there walking, and they had a coat on, but they looked like a woman, and I don't even remember if it looked like a woman that I thought I was attractive to, because all females that I would see, my vehicle wasn't attracted to some. So, but I can't remember any characteristics of this person, and yet I felt like this little, like excretion of something, or that's what it felt like in my what's that gland that's in the bottom of a male? Prostrate? I don't know if it was the prostrate. But I didn't get any more, stimulus than that. And I turned my eyes away and didn't look at it anymore, the person. And I didn't have any thoughts about it, that I was attracted to that person. I just had that response, and I felt like it was related to that, to seeing that and like kind of enjoying seeing that person. That's the best way I could describe it. That wasn't the last time that happened. And that happened in different ways too, where, like I would get heated up by just having a thought. Or just seeing something with my eyes that was stimulating without even having any thoughts about it. Okay, so I missed something that Dead Man had said. What's with Doe saying T isn't T's name? By the way, Doe isn't Doe's name. I'm not even given to tell you what T's name is till T doesn't want you to know it. Talking about his name, the name of his soul and body combination when he's in the next level environment on a spacecraft. He's got a different, he doesn't have a human vehicle, and he doesn't necessarily have the same vehicle he left behind. He might have been given a new vehicle, But that whatever that vehicle is, that vehicle has a name. That's what he meant by that. I hope that makes sense. And then Wildberry says, to dead man, because T and those names are unknowable in any Earth language. Well, that I guess is true too. Then there was no fighting in the class. Oh, okay, Wildberry saying that. Yeah, I know you're pulling from someplace in the Bible that says that, right? Not knowable, but well, that's maybe not true 100% because you can decide whether it's true or not based on what I'm going to say right now. That is documentable, and that is that T said that Doe was Adam, Enoch, did those tasks in those vehicles that were named those names, and Moses and Elijah and Jesus, and Doe knew that, told us that T was his older member. That's how the identifications of that came. So if Doe was Jesus, then T was the Father. Now the Father wasn't a name because there was nobody incarnate or nobody that had their physical body necessarily right next to or in close proximity to the other, to Doe, like in the Jesus vehicle or the Elijah vehicle. I'm not sure if that made any sense, but in the Moses vehicle, if this is accurate, because everything in the Old Testament isn't accurate, but if this is accurate, and I do suspect that this is accurate for various reasons, Moses asked to see the individual who he asked the name of, and the individual told him Jehovah, which means I exist, or I'm the existing one, or I be that I be, I am that I am. And okay, so that was a name, Jehovah, that meant that phrase. Well, a lot of names mean phrases. So since since T was Jehovah, then that means that now the Jehovah, well, he let Moses touch his back. He said, you can't look at me or you'll die, but you can touch my back or shoulder or whatever it was exactly. But it was like, one of those areas of the body or thigh, I guess, but I don't think it was thigh. But I could be wrong about that. But I have other reasons why I say that. But so because below the waist was where we were told to keep our hands above our waist, program our vehicles when we go to sleep at night or any other time to keep our hands above our waist. I mean, not if you're walking. If you're walking like we walked swinging our arms for exercise when we walked around the properties where we lived. Sometimes we lived in the mountains, like when we went up to retreat in Black Hawk, Colorado at 9,000 feet. One of the things we did while we were there on retreat was take a walk with our partner. And so we would walk kind of fast and with our arms swinging so that we'd get exercise to our arm muscles and everything. So, but when we went to sleep, then that's when we had to have our program our vehicle to not allow our hands to go beneath our waist, because we might find our hands going inside our seat covers, to to stimulate our vehicle in some sexual way. We're also not to sleep on our stomachs for that same reason of not wanting to stimulate the vehicle. So we programmed ourselves to wake up when that would happen and roll over, and I did. I actually, woke up several times on my stomach and rolled over. And I would wake up and sometimes have my hands were beneath my waist. And so I did accomplish some of that. And sometimes I didn't do a very good job with that. I mean, because if you get better at it, then it would happen less. You know what I'm saying? Because you develop the mind muscle. That's why when chiropractors started talking about muscle memory, first time I heard about it, I thought, oh wow, muscle memory. Wow, that's interesting. Holding a bottle of some kind of a vitamin in your hand, and then the chiropractor would like push your hand, the other hand, down. You would hold your arm out straight, and they would try to push your hand down. And when they held a bottle of vitamins, a certain kind of vitamin, in your other hand, if you needed that vitamin, then they would be able to push your arm down. But if you didn't need it, you'd be able to hold your arm up. Now, of course, you know how strong somebody is. Some people could really affect a lot of pressure. But the idea wasn't to try to fight back. It was to try to just hold it there relaxed and see if you felt the difference. And you know what? It happened to me a number of times, but I'm not sure I did feel a difference. But one time I was given a remedy that worked for me. I was given phosphorus. I'm not sure. Maybe that wasn't based on muscle testing. But I think it's possible that there could be some truth to that. Tiendo talked about how the mind can affect the body, and even discarnate minds can affect the physicality of the body and the minds of the body. Interesting about the music scale. I read that one already. Okay, I don't care about what other persons say about you. I like the way, this is from Harm. I like the way you talk about Tiendo, and sometimes you inspire me, Sawyer. I can only say keep this going because I think you're on the right track. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad you're being helped by it. That means a lot. Now, I'm not, hoping for people to say that to me. Just so anybody else listening knows that. I don't have that in my mind at all. I'm not looking for pats on the back, and I'm not saying that Harm was giving me a pat on the back, but there's nothing wrong with it. When you feel like somebody needs it, that's a humanitarian thing to do for anybody. And humanitarianism is the best way we can be with one another when the older member isn't with us. So Jay Pollock says, I think the more ex-member voices and opinions, the better. I respect and appreciate both Carlin and Sawyer. There you go. I hear you. Booster, anyone ever been expelled from the level above human? Yes, Luciferians and their his associates, that individual's associates. Cause I don't know if it was he vehicle or she vehicle at the time when they dropped out and then went against the next level by breaking instructions and mating with humans. They were cast down. And there were some individuals in the classroom that were sent out of the classroom, and some found their way back. And so it's not over until it's over. I wasn't removed from the classroom like those individuals were. Not removed physically, but told that we think it's best for them that they. Well, some were not told. 19 weren't told. Well, I don't know when they were told because I wasn't there. T told them, but T came to our camp and said, "You made the first cut to the people that weren't to the approximate." There were about 100 people at that point when 19 was separated by T and O and sent to a different camp that ended up going back into the world, most of them. Boston U, no problem, 3SPM, all good. I too misinterpret what others say at times. I think the person means one thing when they meant something completely different. Yep, that's right. I know that happens to me too. Thank you for... it's all good. It's all good. Like you said, all good. Like T said when... Well, it says in the record book, right? It says when all things work together for good for those that love the Lord. So, and in seeking to, well, Boston Union says, gotta go. I have to get ready to go pick up the missus from her job. Good day, sir. Good night to you. Good day to you as well, Boston U. Have a good day. Booser, Spartacus of the Watch World. I should have memorized that by now. I've never heard of that closet incident. Seems like a severe offense. Yeah, it was. It was a severe offense, and they exposed it. It was exposed in a slippage meeting, and one of those individuals ended up leaving the classroom, and the other individual was remained in the classroom and graduated. I don't know who stimulated what first. Jay Pollock says, I think there was mention of some shenanigans going on in a tent somewhere too. Oh, that's right. That's right. In the very beginning, Norody reported that she had sex with Ekody. Now, Ekody left the classroom maybe about 10 years in, maybe a little after T left. And Norody graduated. Norody didn't reveal that to the whole classroom that I knew about until many years later in a slippage meeting. But I feel pretty sure that she revealed it to Doe before that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she just brought it up. Because there was one time when Doe said, did we have anything we felt guilty about? Because he wanted us to not feel guilty about anything that we did in the past, no matter what it was, before the classroom or during. So maybe that's when it came up for Norody. That was part of the reason T and O separated the 19. But the person that Norody had sex with wasn't separated. He wasn't one of the 19. So they didn't. You never knew what they were going to do because they weren't basing things on the ways that humans would probably think if they were like doing the same kind of thing with a program and the rules were no sex and somebody had sex and you that was grounds for dismissal, but you weren't dismissed. And the same thing with me. I had sexuality with myself. And Doe told me that he wasn't going to dismiss me from the classroom because I wasn't influencing anybody else in that behavior. But that didn't mean I still didn't need to work on it. And he said that I had the makings of a good member of the next level, so he didn't want to throw me away. So it shows how even when you have the rules see if somebody looked at the document in Heaven's Gate book, where it says the major offense list, that these were grounds for dismissal from the classroom, giving into sensuality to any degree, being deceitful and breaking procedures. Well, that was the third one. And I'm really getting tired, so and cold and thirsty, and I need to use the restroom. So, telling you all these silly things that go on with my vehicle, right? But where was I going there? All right, and so they didn't separate. They didn't. Well, what I was going to do with that was I was going to bring it around to the way that in the Old Testament there's a whole bunch of rules there, and they say that the penalty for this is death. But that didn't mean that people died when they broke that procedure. Maybe it did happen sometimes. I don't know if they stoned that person to death for picking up a stick during the Sabbath day because he was breaking procedure. T and Doe said that there were inaccurate parts in the Moses materials. Which that was part of. So that might have been one of them. Okay, so, but actually expelled isn't the word for it until they're gone. Being expelled from the next level above human. Because they weren't totally adult members yet. So that's one thing. And the Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls I'm talking about. And let's see. And they were given many opportunities to recover, according to T and Doe, which they talked about in the Black Hawk tapes. If I remember correctly. And Jay Pollock says, I think there was mention of some shit. Oh, yeah, I already did that one. Then Dead Man says, thanks for the answer to my questions, Sawyer. You're welcome. You know what? I guess at this point, since you have nothing else going on there, I got a list of things that I wanted to kind of touch on, but I'm just too tired now, and it's like 6:38 where I am, and I hate waking up when it's dark. When I go to bed when it's light, I like to wake up when it's light. So I'm going to try to hit the sack. It's been a pleasure to be able to talk with you all and talk about T and Doe a whole bunch. So With that said, somebody just joined the view, and now I'm saying goodnight. So go rest your vehicle, Sawyer. Good night, Dead Man says. Jay Pollock, Booster, Boston U, if you're still around. Anybody else? Says the 10 people harm. Good night, folks. Wildberry Jam.